替代的战略引领作用。去年以来，习近平主席同特朗普总统保持经常性沟通，为中美关系具能稳健前行、校准航向注入动力，两国关系保持总体稳定向好，受到两国和国际社会普遍欢迎。
Liu Qingjian's remarks come just one day before the 14th National People's Congress begins its annual session, where the country's priorities and policies will be discussed. The spokesman has stressed that both China and the United States stand to benefit from cooperation rather than confrontation. Liu Qingjian has also pointed out that President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump have maintained regular communication, which has contributed to the steady and positive trajectory of the bilateral relationship. However, he also made it clear that China would not compromise its sovereignty, security, or developmental interests. These principles and red lines, he said, remain non-negotiable. Yet we see China continuing to advocate for diplomacy and positive cooperation with the United States, even as both nations accept having definitive areas of disagreement, especially over issues like Taiwan and trade. Moreover, Presidents Trump and Xi are to meet in China later this month, with trade chiefs of both of the countries meeting a little before the Trump-Xi summit, reportedly in Paris. These talks would significantly affect how the tensions will be mitigated in the Asia-Pacific region and how the US will navigate its military challenges amid a flurry of conflicts. That's all that we have time for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
The job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was.
Japan and South Korea raised defense concerns. Will US military assets shift its focus to Iran? China's growing influence worries Asian allies. Trump's Middle East focus strains Pacific defense. Asian allies fear weakened US deterrence. Hello, I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching another episode of Explained with me. The recent US and Israeli military strikes on Iran have triggered a wave of concern among America's allies in Asia. On the 2nd of March this week, Japanese lawmakers convened to discuss the potential ramifications of the Iran conflict, particularly its impact on the Asia-Pacific region's defense against China. The question being raised in Tokyo is a pressing one. If the United States continues to engage in the Middle East, what will happen to the defense resources, such as naval ships and missiles, that are crucial in deterring China? As the US military commits forces to the Middle East, there is growing anxiety in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. These countries rely on US military presence to counter China's growing military power and to maintain stability in the region. Taiwan in particular has voiced its concerns. Lawmakers in the island nation are worried that a prolonged conflict in the Middle East could allow Beijing to step up its pressure on Taiwan. As one Taiwanese official put it, the country must prepare for potential coercion from China while the US is distracted. Taiwan's status remains a sensitive issue for Beijing, and any perceived weakness in US commitment to the region could embolden China's ambitions. Moreover, Japan has already faced delays in deliveries of missiles ordered from the United States, signaling significant supply pressures within the wider defense industrial base. This situation highlights a larger issue for the United States and its allies, specifically in Asia. They worry just how stretched can US military resources become in the region. Japan's concerns are compounded by the fact that 40% of the US Navy's operational ships are currently deployed in the Middle East. This includes vital assets like the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and several missile destroyers. At the same time, the US Navy's only carrier deployed in Asia, the George Washington, is undergoing maintenance in Japan. As military experts point out, the US Navy is already overwhelmed, and a prolonged conflict in the Middle East could force the US to pull back on its presence in Asia. This would leave the region vulnerable as China continues to assert its dominance in the South China Sea and around Taiwan. Reports suggest that Japan has already experienced delays in the delivery of key weapons like Tomahawk missiles. On the other day, some analysts argue that President Trump's military actions may be part of a broader strategy, which could be steadily aiming to weaken China's allies and reshape global power dynamics. By confronting Iran and Venezuela, Trump has reduced two of China's key sources of cheap oil, potentially disrupting China's economy. In some recent statements, US President Donald Trump has predicted that US military operations in the Middle East could last longer than the initially expected 4 to 5 weeks, if necessary. In addition, there are also reports that claim Tokyo has sought assurances from Washington that their military assets, which are crucial to deterring Chinese aggression, must not be shifted away from Asia. As the conflict with Iran intensifies, the Trump administration is taking decisive steps to address the depletion of US munitions stockpiles. Key executives from top US defense contractors are expecting to hold a meeting at the White House this coming Friday to discuss ramping up weapons production. The goal is simple. It is to replenish stocks that have been drawn down due to the ongoing military actions, not just in Iran, but also in Ukraine and Gaza. Companies such as Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, along with other major suppliers, have been invited to the meeting. The urgency is clear. The US military has been consuming a significant number of long-range missiles, artillery systems, and ammunition to sustain operations in multiple regions. The White House's efforts come as Deputy Defense Secretary Steve Feinberg is working on a supplementary budget request, which could be released as soon as Friday. This request is expected to be around $50 billion US, focused at replacing the weapons expended during recent conflicts. The funds will also support the rebuilding of the US military's capacity for future operations, as the situation in the Middle East still remains volatile. One of the main concerns highlighted in these discussions is the pace of production. Companies like Raytheon already have agreements in place to increase production. Although it is also set to ramp up its production of Tomahawk missiles to 1,000 units annually by 2026, sources say that it still faces notable challenges. In fact, pressure is mounting on US defense contractors to prioritize production over shareholder payouts. President Trump signed an executive order in January earlier this year to identify contractors who are underperforming their contracts while distributing profits to shareholders. A list of these underperforming contractors could be released soon, and companies mentioned in the list would be required to submit correction plans within 15 days of notice. If these plans are deemed insufficient, the Pentagon could take enforcement actions, including terminating contracts. Moreover, President Trump has also pointed out in a recent social media post that the US military, quote, has a virtually unlimited supply of munitions, but the reality is that it will take time to replenish the stockpiles effectively. Meanwhile, China has reiterated its stance on its relationship with the United States. A spokesperson for the National People's Congress, Lu Qinjian, has emphasized that both nations, as two major global powers, should respect each other and work towards peaceful coexistence. Let's first listen into his statements.
中方愿同美方一道，加强各层级各渠道的沟通，为双方合作开辟更广阔的空间。同时，中方已有自己的原则和底线，将一如既往坚决捍卫 自身主权、安全、发展利益元首。
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News X World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. Israel launches a large wave of airstrikes on Tehran, targeting what it says is Iranian government infrastructure after Iranian missiles send millions of Israelis into bomb shelters. The strikes come as the US-Iran war enters its sixth day, with thick smoke seen over Tehran. Air raid sirens sound and 2 blasts are heard in Jerusalem after Israel says it detects missiles launched from Iran. The alert is triggered by Israel's warning system across central Israel as air defenses move to intercept the incoming threat. The United Arab Emirates says its defenses intercept 6 Iranian missiles and 131 drones, though 1 missile and 6 drones still landed inside the country. The UK embassy earlier urged residents to shelter in place as regional attacks linked to the Iran-Israel conflict continue. Meanwhile, explosions are reported across the region, including in Qatar and Bahrain, while Azerbaijan says 2 Iranian drones struck its territory. A tanker is also damaged in the northern Gulf, with Iran claiming it hit a US ship as the conflict spreads beyond Iran and Israel. Italy's Defense Minister Guido Crosetto said the US-Israeli strikes on Iran clearly breach international law, in Rome's strongest criticism of the attacks so far. The comments come from Italy's right-wing government, which has sought closer ties with US President Donald Trump since he returned to office last year. US President Donald Trump has offered extensive US air cover and support to Iranian Kurdish groups if they launch an offensive against Iran. According to a report by the Washington Post, the outreach to Kurdish leaders in Iran and Iraq comes as Washington seeks to pressure Tehran, with Trump reportedly urging the Kurds to choose between aligning with the US and Israel or with Iran. Polls close in Nepal's general election as voters choose a new parliament nearly 6 months after deadly crackdowns on youth-led protests forced the Prime Minister to resign. Counting is expected to begin immediately after voting ends, with early trends likely by Friday and full results possibly taking up to a week. According to a Russian negotiator, Russia and Ukraine are set to exchange a total of 500 prisoners of war over starting today to Friday. The swap is part of ongoing efforts to maintain limited humanitarian contact between the two sides amid the continuing war. Now for this hour, we start with UK. UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has held a press conference on the situation in Iran. He has said it is up to US President Donald Trump to make decisions he believes are in the best interests of the United States, particularly in the context of current events. Prime Minister Starmer has further expanded on the UK's ongoing relationship with the US, stating that the UK is continuing to share intelligence with the United States in the normal way, highlighting the vitality of the UK-US special relationship, which is currently in operation. The Prime Minister has also announced the departure of the first charter flight from Oman, a significant move in the context of the region's security. Additionally, Prime Minister Starmer revealed that 4 additional Typhoon jets would be sent to Qatar to strengthen the UK's military presence and support in the region. Starmer has stressed the need for calm, level-headed leadership in challenging times, reiterating that it is crucial to maintain principles and stand strong, even in the face of outside pressure to do otherwise. Now we welcome retired Major General Siddharth Karji. He's a senior geopolitical and strategic expert, joins us live from Jaipur. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us again.
Good evening, Asuma. Thank you for inviting me for your show.
Thank you. Now, looking at UK, how is UK trying to mend the relationship or the trust that's depleting from, or at least to me it seems like it's depleting from the GCC countries towards West, particularly in US, but also UK, since it's US's ally, because it sent more defense systems, or the best ones, towards the defense of Israel, and not enough to the GCC countries who are also being attacked by Iran.
Yeah, but you see, now the situation is becoming complex.
Yes.
You see, Asoma, and the biggest, I would say, insignificant to many and significant to most of us, is the turning point, because the UK refused to provide ground-based supports, particularly Diogo Garcia. Now, Diogo Garcia, once upon a time, used to be under the jurisdiction of UK. It has been handed over to Mauritius, and further, it is presently under the Mauritius. And Donald Trump wanted the United States aerial platforms to land there. I believe the landing rights were refused because of change of guard, and that has actually, soured. It is the relationship between USA and UK. But your question pointedly is asking, it is pointing towards, you see, the support which UK earlier used to give to Israel is gradually reducing, because now the entire Europe also has been left in a lurch, because they have been asked to enhance the defense budget, and more than that, this tariff imbroglio, which Donald Trump actually unleashed, the fury, that has actually broken that little bit of trust which was existing earlier to sustain the transatlantic relationship. Now, because the transatlantic relationship, based on which the global apex organizations are surviving today, and there is some semblance, even despite all challenges and churning, semblance of rules in the rules-based international order. It is taking a very serious beating as far as the UK and the USA relationship is concerned, primarily because of a couple of issues. First and foremost thing, the defense budget has been made to increase. Second, the NATO forces, they haven't left on their own. They have been asked to raise their defense budget to 5% by 2035. Third is the Diogo Garcia issue. Fourth, their dependency on Russia was severed off, and they started depending on Europe, on Middle East for the oil. Now with the imbroglio which is broken out in the Middle East, they perforce have to go back to Russia, which is a no-go case as far as America is concerned. But the icing on the cake, as far as the South relationship is concerned, it was the Greenland. Greenland actually, it broke all the threads of that good relationship and the trust which they had. And the way he is actually cast aspersion, pointed a finger at the Prime Minister of UK yesterday, saying that you are not the Winston Churchill, we are not in the Churchill's era. So likewise, he's gone on to, push him down below the status of a Prime Minister. It started having an impact. And my take on the whole issue is that the support which UK earlier was giving to the Israel against the GCC countries may gradually reduce, because the entire game plan of any conflict going beyond the stipulated or imagined time limit is directly related to the availability of interceptors. Interceptors in Iron Dome has fallen short. Now the manufacturing time takes anything between 1 to 3 years. There is a weaponization of rare earth element without which interceptors cannot be developed by China. So all these things put together, it has made the situation extremely complex to navigate. Back to you, Subha.
Thank you very much, Major General, for highlighting and sharing that insight. Please do stay with us as we stay in the region. Now, Lebanon's cabinet has announced a ban on any activity by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps in the country. The government is also seeking to deport members of the Guard and will now require Iranians to obtain a visa to enter Lebanon. Information Minister Paul Marcus has stated that the decision came after a cabinet meeting led by Prime Minister Nawaf Salam. He has criticized the actions of Hezbollah, a group supported by Iran, and called for an apology from them to the Lebanese people for the damage caused by recent conflicts. Now we welcome back Retired Major General Sudakarji. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, how do you know, as we were saying and you highlighted that the situation is becoming more and more complex with new players coming along to the surface. How do you analyze this Lebanon's move amid all this crisis?
Good question again. Lebanon is going through the turbulence. It is called the spillover factor of
Yes.
what has been unleashed against Iran, and Iran has started retaliating. So these are the spillover factors to the neighborhood. So not only Lebanon, I believe Azerbaijan also has been hit. So let's talk about Lebanon. Lebanon always is to welcome the free movement of IRGC, and they were visa-free movement, and IRGC, the Hezbollah, because there is a good percentage of Shiite Muslims over there in Lebanon. That is how the Hezbollah came into existence. And although it is not part and parcel of either the official and formal administrative structure, but it used to be a given fact right since the birth of Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. But because of latest happenings and the way the conflict spheres or conflict zones are expanding, it becomes virtually impossible for, why Lebanon alone, any other country to maintain law and order and protect its citizens from arbitrary, indiscriminate firing. One really never knows when the bomb is going to fall. More than the bombs falling on them, what is actually is the relevant is the theory of unpredictability. In the instant case, since they have harbored and provide sanctuaries for several decades, I would say now, to Hezbollah, they have been becoming the primary cause of attracting the retaliation from Israeli forces or the IDF. IDF is also known to have mobilized its ground forces, gone towards south of Litani River, and I am given to understand they are hell-bent upon going across the river, pushing back the alleged or reported advancement of the Hezbollah, who was supposed to have gone back to the built-up areas of Lebanon and handed over the space north of Litani River to the regular forces of Lebanon. Now that has not happened, so therefore it is attracting lots of activities and military actions by the IDF. Hence, in order to protect its citizens from these kind of peripheral and avoidable attrition by kinetic military attack, the government has taken an action to legislate that neither IRGC nor Hezbollah will have a free passage, and therefore they have legislated this law to prevent the same. Back to you, Suma.
Thank you very much, Major General, for sharing that. Please do stay with us as we stay on the region. Now, Azerbaijan's President Ilham Aliyev has accused Iran of carrying out a terrorist attack after a series of drone strikes targeted an airport and a school in the country, wounding 4 people. Aliyev has blamed Iran for the attacks, calling it a direct terrorist action against Azerbaijan. He stated that the Azerbaijani military has been placed on high alert and instructed to prepare for retaliation. With increased readiness to conduct any necessary operations, Aliyev has also called on Iran to apologize for ugly drone incident. Turkey has quickly condemned the drone attacks, expressing strong opposition to such actions and urging that they end immediately. The Turkish Foreign Ministry has stressed that these attacks could increase the risk of war spreading in the region, calling for de-escalation to avoid further conflict. Now we welcome back Retired Major General Sudakarji. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now, you know, is Iran strong enough to spill over and attack everybody? To me, it seems like it's like the situation is, if I go down, you all go down together kind of situation. But is Iran capable of doing this now if it spills over to Azerbaijan, to Turkey, to Cyprus? What's your take?
That's a great question you have asked. You go down, I go down, you also go down. So that's a good metaphor that has been extended. No, Iran is not a country which will go down very easily. This is my assessment. I don't think I'm wrong. It is after extensive study on its history and the leverages it has created within the country itself and its survival instincts it has been demonstrating from time to time. I personally feel that the world would do well, superpower like country like USA and Israel, they would do well to understand Iran a little more in detail. Iran is not a pushover. It's not a country which can be glossed over, or it's not a country to be ignored. And it is a civilizational country which is built on the theocratic regime. When I say theocracy, that means it is a centralized control, effectively being managed by one person, unitary leader, that is the supreme leader, who has got a good hold on the judiciary, on the politics, on the economics, on the military, on everything. When I say supreme leader, it means that the IRGC is a supporting force, the ecosystem, which is actually helping him to derive or deliver all the mandate. Now, having said that, he has done very smart things in past nearly 1 to 2 months time or post 12 days conflict of 2025. He's got the country together, carried out a strategic endurance, he's put the entire mass through the process. At least he's sown the seeds of strategic endurance. Strategic endurance means take the beating as much as possible initially, make the attacker or the aggressor tire down the aggressor, and they will come to a stage wherein they will be lacking the logistic sustainability. That is the time to hit back. So therefore, by analogy, when I extend it, it gives me a conclusion that Iran has got much more than what is in the public domain with regard to the missile inventory, with regard to the drones, with regard to its manpower and its tactics and the endurance capability. Second thing, regime change. When you talk about the regime change, it is not that easy. The structure is so designed, so architected. It goes down to provinces, 31 provinces, it has got counties, it has got district. At every level, they have got IRGC, they have got cleric, they have got judiciary, they have got the political authority. So it is not only one vertical which can be collapsed and the rest all can be pushed over. It is not that easy. Come to other issues, it is not that simple, cut and dry. The proxies have been created with a purpose and they are deeply entrenched. You may kill the Hamas, you may destroy the Hezbollah or the Houthis, but the ideology is difficult to disappear, it will remain. Therefore, it requires a very prolonged kind of a sustained, effective operation. It is called as, the whole of nation, for lack of correct expression. It is a all-round, comprehensive kind of a multi-domain kind of a operation. Last but not the least, the question that you are asking, I go down, you go down. Iran is not going to go down so easily. It will fight a battle. It takes me to answer your question in a very succinct and brief manner. 1969, Henry Kissinger, once he gave a statement that the conventional army loses if it doesn't win. The guerrilla wins when it doesn't lose. What it means is the guerrilla warfare is unending. I only hope that the world is not pushing Iran into a guerrilla warfare spectrum of activities. If that happens, it will be at a prohibitive cost both for US, Israel, as also the entire Middle East, and it will impact the energy security the world over, thereby raising the price of fuel, food and fertilizer and other things, and it will impact the life of common people and their livelihood. Back to you, Ashok.
With that, I would like to thank Major General Sudhakarji for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you very much. Now, moving on to Iran, Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesperson Ismail Baghei has accused the US and Israel of carrying out military attacks intended to create an everlasting division in the Middle East. Tehran claims the strikes are part of a strategy to weaken regional unity, spread political and social fractures, and make countries more vulnerable to external influence. Iran has justified its retaliatory strikes as a response to these divisive tactics, calling on regional states to stand united against such actions. As the conflict escalates, Iran remains firmly against what it sees as a divisive strategy by the US and Israel. The country continues to call for regional unity and resilience in the face of external pressure, urging Middle Eastern states to stand together against the threat of political fragmentation. Let's in fact listen into what the Iranian spokesperson has shared on this.
of so many American military bases in the region, and because they are using, I would say abusing, the territories of these countries to launch attack against Iran, to prepare for attacks against Iran. So we have no other choice other than targeting those military bases, because this is our right under international law. We are being attacked, so we have to fight back. We are not fighting any country of the region. We feel no hostility, no animosity toward any country of the region. We are committed to continue our friendship with countries of the region, with our neighbors, and our strikes should not be regarded as targeting the sovereignty and territory of these countries, because these military bases are controlled by the United States, are controlled exclusively by the United States military, and they are using those bases to attack a member of the United Nations. It is the right and responsibility of Iran to defend its nations against these blatant act of aggression.
Now we move on to EU. European and Gulf states have urged all parties involved in the Middle East conflict to ensure the protection of civilians and prioritize humanitarian safety. They've called for a return to dialogue and diplomacy as the only way to resolve the war and prevent further suffering across the region. The statements have emphasized the need for restraint, respect for international law, and immediate measures to safeguard innocent lives caught in the crossfire. Leaders from these countries warned that without a diplomatic push, the humanitarian crisis could deepen with long-lasting consequences for regional stability. Now we welcome Ms. Alison Mutler. She's a former AP Bureau Chief in Romania, joins us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much, Ms. Alison, for joining us again.
Hello, Asuma.
Hi. Now, looking at the situation that's escalating, is there anybody who can realistically bring these people or these parties like Iran and Israel and US to negotiating table again? If it cannot be United Nations, can it be a country in EU or Gulf?
Honestly, I don't think so. Everything is spiraling out of control. The different sides are too fractured. The US seems and Israel seems hell-bent or determined to continue the strikes on Iran. And Iran, as you played that excerpt from the Iranian foreign ministry spokesman, said it's their right to hit back, to retaliate, to strike US targets across the Gulf. But it's not only that. Iran is also striking hotels, companies, airports. So it's more than that. They're trying to, I think, cause as much chaos and havoc in the region as possible. It does not seem at this point the war is, if you like, too young. It's in its early days. It's not even a week old yet, and it's spiraling out of control. I think today Iran hit Azerbaijan. And I don't think there is anybody, any country, any side, any organization that can bring the warring sides to negotiating table. It's much too early. Maybe later on down the line, but not at this moment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for highlighting that. Please do stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion. Now, as per reports, Israel is escalating its military campaign in Iran, entering the second phase of its operation. This phase will focus on targeting Iran's underground missile sites and bunkers storing ballistic missiles. Israel's Air Force has already struck hundreds of surface missile launchers, but now the focus will be on neutralizing Iran's ability to launch aerial attacks on Israel. The operation, which began with a joint air assault with the US, has already led to significant damage, including the killings of Iran's leaders and retaliatory Iranian missile attacks across the region. The Israeli military reports that missile launches from Iran have declined since the start of the strikes, which they attribute to their successful targeting of launch sites. Now we welcome back Ms. Alison Mutler. She's joining us live from Bucharest. Thank you very much for staying with us. Now, looking at this situation and building on the earlier discussion, do you think that it's very difficult, well, more difficult and challenging than before, as if we look back at past 2 years? whatever country has gone into negotiations with US, maybe with good faith, maybe with not, but they have ended up almost always in the same situation, either being attacked by another country or being attacked by US itself. Do you think that the trust level of towards US and is declining, and how do you see the alignment amid all this between US and Israel?
Well, it's clear that the US and Israel have a very strong bond. It's a historical bond, and Donald Trump himself has a very close relationship with Bibi Netanyahu and the government there. I mean, there have been contradictory statements about who made who go to war. Was it Israel making United States, or United States making Israel? But it's clear that they are absolutely on side. And Israel does have a lot of enemies around the world. And the US close relationship with Israel means that the US also has a lot of detractors around the world, and people that are very wary of it. I mean, Donald Trump has fallen out with the European Union, with Britain, with Spain. I mean, he does retract his statements, but there's been very rocky relationships with many countries. Obviously, Venezuela, that doesn't bear talking about. Iran was an enemy from day number one. He has been pretty anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia. So I think people are very wary of the current US administration because it's very different from the last one. But what is clear is that the US and Israel are basically on side together, and they are in this together. And this is a big window of opportunity for Israel to strike Iran. It considers Iran a mortal enemy. Iran wants the destruction of the Israeli state. So it's not in Israel's interest. It had the 12-day war last year just to strike a few times and come out. It's taking this as a major opportunity to neutralize, if you like, Iran's military capabilities, so that it is no longer a dangerous player that can strike it. And it's not going to give up. This has obviously been planned probably for years. I mean, we heard the other day that Israel has cameras on every street corner. They've infiltrated all the CCTV cameras in Iran. So this has been years in the preparation, and probably this year, these last 2 months, have been a lot of preparation for the actual strikes. So yes, those two are in strong partnership together, but I do think trust in the United States around the globe for sure has gone down because of the erratic way that Donald Trump conducts his foreign policy, but not just his foreign policy, also at home.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Mutler, for sharing that insight throughout our news. Now we move on to India. Indian External Affairs Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar has said that he had a telephonic conversation with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi amid the ongoing crisis in the Middle East. Jaishankar has posted on X that had a telecom with Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi this afternoon. India has offered condolences on the death of Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, with Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri signing the condolences book at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi. Meanwhile, Jaishankar has also had a telephonic call with Oman's Foreign Minister Syed Badil Hamad bin Hamoud Al Busaidi. Jaishankar has posted on X that spoke That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and
Welcome back to News X World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Focal Length, where we get you a briefing on topics from across the world. The war between Israel, US and Iran has entered a critical phase, with missile strikes targeting Israeli cities and Israeli air strikes hitting military sites across Iran and Lebanon. Human rights monitors report that more than 1,000 civilians may already have been killed in Iran, while tens of thousands of people have fled Tehran amid intensifying bombardment towards the Iranian capital. The conflict, which for decades played out through proxies and covert operations, has now moved into open confrontation, direct indeed, raising fears of broader regional war with global economic and security consequences. Joining us today is Professor Houshang Amirahmadi, an Iranian-American economic and political analyst. He's a professor at the Edward J. Blaustein School of Planning and Public Policy at Rutgers University, a former director of its Central for Middle East Studies, and a senior associate member at the University of Oxford. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us. Welcome to News X World. Now, my first question to you is, the war between Israel and Iran has now entered its sixth day, with missiles striking Israeli cities and Israeli airstrikes hitting military sites across Iran and Lebanon. According to human rights monitors, more than 1,000 civilians may already have been killed in Iran, while over 10,000 people have fled, 100,000 people have fled Tehran in the first 2 days of the bombing. At this early stage of the conflict, are we looking at a limited military campaign or the opening phase of a much larger war that could redraw the geopolitical map of the Middle East?
Well, first, thank you for having me. Second, the number of dead people in the Iran side is much, much larger than 1,000. Even in one city of Sanandaj, it was reported that 600 people died. And in one school, girls' school, almost 180 died. And then they have been pounding Tehran and every other city every hour for almost 6 days. So I'm surprised that the number they say is 1,000. I think it's in thousands. That's a very, very miscalculated number. That's misguiding. So I think the first thing I have to correct is the number dead in Iranian side is much larger than 1,000 or 2,000 or even 3,000. It's much larger. The next thing is, see, this is a war that the US and Israel has imposed on Iran. This is, from the Iran side, is a defensive war. From the other side is an offensive war. I think it is the responsibility is on the shoulder of the offenders, the people who have invaded, that have attacked, to either stop or to expand. Iran doesn't have an alternative, an option to contain this war. Iran's ship has been sank, God knows, 4,000 kilometers from the war zone. So who is responsible for that? That ship wasn't in the war zone, was not in the war. So it's just unfortunately the international media is misrepresenting a lot of information that they have to give to the public. Iran attacked some of its neighbors, and I do not like that. I think that shouldn't have happened. But Iran attacked these countries because these countries have American military bases from which they attack Iran. Just think about it. If Iran was to establish a base close to India, and then from there to attack India, and then you will say, oh, now India has attacked an area that has nothing to do with it. No, it's like Russian coming and putting military bases in Mexico and then attack from there the American soil. Is that acceptable? No. What the US will do, US will hit Mexico, destroy Mexico. I think that everybody is misunderstanding this as if the Arab countries that were hit are innocent, that they are not in the war. Well, they are not directly in the war, but they are the bases, military bases from which the US is attacking Iran. So as far as the expansion goes, again, it's in the hands of the American and Israelis. They have invaded, they have offended, they can stop. And I believe they must stop as soon as possible, because this war is illegal, it is senseless, it is unnecessary, there is no goal. The administration in the US cannot even tell you what the goal is. Sometimes they say that it is the missile, sometimes they say it is the bomb, which they have already destroyed supposedly. Sometimes they say regime change. Now they are asking the Kurds to get organized, armed, to come and invade the country. I mean, it's a mess. I don't think the Americans know, the Israelis as well, what it is that they are after. That is a tragedy. And if they don't get to the bottom of their purpose for this war, this could go for a long time. Shifting goal from A to B to C and D isn't the way wars should go.
Now, for decades, Iran and Israel fought indirectly through Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iranian forces in Syria, and covert operations such as the 2010 Stuxnet cyber attack that destroyed roughly 1,000 Iranian nuclear centrifuges. What has changed strategically or politically that has pushed this long shadow war into open, direct confrontation between the two states?
Well, first, it was Israel that attacked Hezbollah. It wasn't the Hezbollah who started this. And the second, as you can see, during the war with Gaza, Iran tried everything in its power to stop the war from spreading in Lebanon, elsewhere. They were very helpful. In fact, Iran was very helpful to contain the war in Gaza. And later on, Iran contained the first war against itself to its own country. But this particular war is just something beyond any reasoning that someone may have. I mean, this is an unnecessary war. It has no purpose. I mean, the only purpose I can see is that they wanted to destroy a country, period. They wanted to destroy their country. Every country has the right to have a defensive capability. Iran has no bomb. Iran doesn't have even enrichment at the time. They have destroyed it, that they themselves said it has been destroyed. Iran has missiles, just like every other country in the region and beyond have missiles. The Arab world has more missiles than Iran does. Iran has no air power, very, very weak, has always been weak in air power. Iran has no bombs. And then on the other side, the American and Israelis have tens of thousands of bombs. They have tens of thousands of missiles and drones and everything else. Does Iran have a right as a sovereign nation to have a defensive capability at all? Is it the way international community is going to behave or to have relations with? That only a few countries can have everything and others cannot have anything. Will that work? Can that be sustained? Regardless of what happens in this war, Iran is going to come back at some point and still rebuild itself. Iranians have had 1,000 wars throughout their long history. In most of these wars, they have lost, but at the end of the day, they have stayed, and the winners and the conquerors have disappeared. This is Iran. Iran has a magical staying power. I think Americans and Israelis have to understand that Iran is not their average oil company that they have in the region around them. This is a real country with a great historic structure and backbone, culture, way of life. I think they are miscalculating what they can do to Iran. I think they are miscalculating that Iran's staying power. I mean, we know this Islamic Republic is very maybe illegitimate, they are unpopular, they are hated by the people, but what is happening is beyond the Islamic Republic. It is about a nation, about a country. They are destroying the country. They are destroying their, as they themselves say, their missiles, their ships, their infrastructure, their schools, their hospitals. What is the point of all this?
Thank you for highlighting that, Professor. And now Iran is believed to possess one of the largest missile arsenals in the Middle East, possibly more than 3,000 ballistic missiles, while Israel maintains advanced air power, including F-35 stealth fighters and layered missile defense systems such as Iron Dome and Arrow. Given this imbalance in technology and air power, how does Iran realistically plan to sustain military pressure against Israel?
Listen, Iran has no option but to get hit and stay standing. What Iran should do, no country will just submit, comes to its knee in a situation like this. Iran is a big nation of 92 million people, of 75 million voting population of the 16 above. Iran is defending itself. Every nation will defend. What option Iran has? Yes, the US and Europe and Israelis are very powerful. They have everything in their arsenal. But Iran, even with their fist, if that is only left for them, they will fight. Iranians, remember, They can destroy missiles, drones, planes, ships, but still they have to destroy 70 million people, and at least of which 20 million are in the regime side, armed with just regular guns. So again, Iran will defend. Yes, I think Iran will sustain this war. Indeed, I believe Americans are in a position not to sustain. Americans have been very good in destroying other countries when they invade, but then they have always had problems. They have always had problems to sustain beyond the first stage of their wars. In Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Libya, in Syria, Americans, wherever they have gone, they have first conquered, only then to lose. This will not be the last case. This is just the history. This is the Americans' own experience. They will lose territory then. They will lose that same, country. They will lose billions of dollars. They will lose their own economy here, everything. So I don't know what U.S. is after. Iran is a very wealthy country. It is among the top 10 wealthiest nation on the earth for the oil and gas, minerals, people, geography, consumption, consumer society. Iran is a huge asset. I think if I was America, I would have tried everything in my power to bring Iran back to its orbit as opposed to destroying it. Nobody benefits from destruction. Everybody loses. I mean, Iran may lose 10 times and 100 times more, but Americans are also losing. The Israelis are also losing. And then in the long term, they are all losers in war. War in the long term has no winner. This is another case. Yes, I believe Iran will sustain, and I believe in 4 to 5 weeks, Americans will declare themselves victorious and come home. That's my hope. And then see what else to be done to get this particular issue reversed and put in the right direction for it.
Yes, and Professor, building on your answer, no one is a winner, and in long term in the war, no one is a winner. So in Washington, lawmakers recently rejected a proposal that would have limited President Donald Trump's ability to expand military operations in Iran. Historically, when the United States has entered Middle Eastern conflicts, such as the 2003 Iraq War, which ultimately lasted nearly 2 decades and costed over $2 trillion, wars often last far longer than initially predicted. Do you believe the United States fully understands the scale of escalation it could face if the conflict deepens?
Well, this is the problem with democracy. Democracy has its own problems. Okay, as Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of government, except that there is no better form than this. I mean, at the moment, the Congress is controlled by the conservatives, who is the party of Mr. Trump. So that's the reason it was rejected. The second, about American Congress, believe me, they will tell you, not even 20% of Americans believe that this Congress represents them. Not even 20% of Americans believe that this Congress is their representative. It's a very bad Congress, that people don't trust this Congress. Unfortunate, and this is a democracy. I have lived in this country for 52 years. I have worked with 7 presidents. I know what I'm talking about. So I think American really has to sit back and to see what it is they want to do. After all, this War Act that just was rejected yesterday has no impact on Iran. Iran is already in the war. They already have attacked Iran. This is for the other countries. Like, I think now in India has to be concerned that a person like that Trump could start a war with India without any restriction. So again, this is an international relations issue. It goes beyond Iran. Unfortunately, I am very concerned, nervous about this international relations. This means we could soon have a World War III. Remember, wars are the product of stupidity, not reason or wisdom. Most wars have been the product of stupidity. And World War I and World War II and the World War III will not be an exception. I think the international community has to come out, get up, and feel the smell. The problem is whatever is happening here in relation to Iran, I can tell you, will spread globally very soon. I mean, if you can fight a country, hit a country for bogus reasons, then that's what it is. I don't think that Iranians have acted right. I have been extremely against the Iranian regime. I have worked 40 years to mend US-Iran relations. I have done everything in my power to broker the two countries' relations in the right way. But unfortunately, Tehran kept rejecting anything I tried to achieve, and now they are paying the price. But unfortunately, it is not just Tehran, the mullahs who are paying the price, that the Iranian people are paying the price. The nation as a whole is paying the price. The Americans are paying the price. The Israelis are paying the price. As I said, in this war, nobody will win at the end of the day. We are all losers. Israelis are losers, Americans are losers, Iranians are losers. There is no winner.
Thank you very much, Professor Amir Ahmadi, for sharing such powerful message with us on NewsX World. Now, last but not least, nearly 20% of the world's oil and gas supply passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and even limited disruptions there have historically triggered global energy shocks. Already we're seeing shipping disruptions and reports of tens of thousands of seafarers trapped by security risks in the Gulf. How vulnerable is the global economy to this conflict if it continues to escalate?
Yeah, but the domestic political economy, the global political economy is already in trouble. The IMF and the World Bank will tell you that the world economy is at the edge. In fact, in many countries, it is on the tremendous decline. A few countries are still growing, but it is a very bad situation that this war will make it even worse. I think the oil price has already gone up. The gas stations in the US have added, to the cost. And I think at the same time, people like me who have a few dollars in the stock market are losing. The stocks are crumbling. Okay, yesterday alone, my money declined by, I think, about $16,000. A small amount of money. Think about it. And I think this is across the US. I think the Americans have to be extremely careful with what they are doing. The average American will soon find that life for them will be impossible in this country. Absolutely impossible. So again, it is not just the global economy and the local economy as interconnected. There is no such a thing as a global economy separate from the local economy. When the global economy changes, the local, gets the burden, and then vice versa. The fact is, local global is only one piece, and I can see that what happens globally impacts locally the gas stations of my little neighbor.
With that, I would like to thank you very much, Mr. Professor Hushang Amir Ahmadi, for sharing your insights on Focal Length with us. With that, it's a wrap on this episode of The Focal Length. For more international news and updates, stay tuned on NewsX World.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
The job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
The job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain.
Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Porteous and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the top headlines of this hour. Israel launches a large wave of airstrikes on Tehran, targeting what it says is Iranian government infrastructure after Iranian missiles send millions of Israelis into bomb shelters. The strikes come as the US-Iran war enters its 6th day, with thick smoke seen over Tehran. Air raid sirens sound and 2 blasts are heard in Jerusalem after Israel says it detects missiles launched from Iran. The alert is triggered by Israel's warning system across central Israel and as air defenses move to intercept the incoming threat. The United Arab Emirates says its defences intercept 6 Iranian missiles and 131 drones, though 1 missile and 6 drones still landed inside the country. The UK embassy earlier urged residents to shelter in place as regional attacks linked to the Iran-Israel conflict continue. Meanwhile, explosions are reported across the region, including in Qatar and Bahrain, while Azerbaijan says 2 Iranian drones struck its territory. A tanker is also damaged in the northern Gulf, with Iran claiming it hit a US ship as the conflict spreads beyond Iran and Israel. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says 4 fighter jets will be sent to Qatar to strengthen defensive operations as US-Israel strikes on Iran continue. He also confirms evacuation flights have begun, with 4,000 Britons returned, while defending his decision not to join initial strikes. EU and Gulf foreign ministers urge Iran to immediately stop what they call indiscriminate attacks on Gulf countries after emergency talks held by video link. The joint statement warns the strikes threaten both regional stability and global security. Italy's Defense Minister Guido Crosetto says the US-Israeli strikes on Iran clearly breach international law in Rome's strongest criticism of the attacks so far. The comments come from Italy's right-wing government, which has sought closer ties with US President Donald Trump since he returned to office. President Trump has offered extensive US air cover and support to Iranian Kurdish groups if they launch an offensive against Iran. The outreach to Kurdish fighters in Iran and Iraq comes as Washington seeks to pressure Tehran, with Trump reportedly urging the Kurds to choose between aligning with the US and Israel or with Tehran. Turmoil is continuing in the Middle East. We have some statements coming from the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, to start this hour. He has accused Israel of the Azerbaijan drone attack, which occurred earlier today. This comes as Azerbaijan's President Ilham Aliyev has accused Iran of carrying out a terrorist attack after a series of drone strikes targeted an airport and a school in the country, wounding 4 people in the process. Aliyev blamed Iran for the attacks, calling it a direct terrorist action against Azerbaijan. He stated that the Azerbaijani military has been placed on high alert and instructed to prepare for retaliation with increased readiness to conduct any necessary operations. Aliyev also called on Iran to apologize for the ugly drone incident. Turkey quickly condemned the drone attacks, expressing strong opposition to such actions and urging that they end immediately. The Turkish Foreign Ministry stressed that these attacks could increase the risk of war spreading in the region, calling for de-escalation to avoid further conflict. Now, joining us to discuss the ongoing conflict, which is spreading across West Asia, is Mark Sutherland. He's a geopolitical commentator. He's joining us live from London. Thank you so much for joining us here, Mark. As the days go on, of course, the 6th day of this conflict, Azerbaijan now a subject to drone attacks. The country has condemned it as an Iranian terrorist attack, Iran accusing Israel of carrying it out. What more can you tell us about Azerbaijan and where it stands in a conflict like this? It's the conflict here now spreading closer towards the likes of Europe, the likes of Turkey. What have you made of the developments today coming out of Azerbaijan?
I think, John, it's good to be with you. I think a good place to start, and that other people have been stating over the last few days, hence from sort of very straight away virtually into this, when we saw rockets coming out of Iran, they then, other than attacking Israel, they then initially attacked seven other countries, and then evolved from there. So the idea is, you could say, from a military point of view, if you're making assessments, say by attacking all these other countries and by doing a pile on there, that they would then hope that those countries would be ringing up at the White House going, can you stop this? Can you sort this out? Can you have a chat with the Israelis to calm this down, stop this? Because we are being attacked. In other words, they would then pressurize the countries around. We have then got to look at, if you look at that map up north, you look at all the stands and you begin to look at the history of that area, which is extremely fascinating. And right up there, you've also got the Kurds as well. Let's bear in mind Azerbaijan recently in the White House signing deals as well. You've just laid out the fact that Azerbaijan says that we were attacked, airport attacked, and then Iran is then saying, well, this is Iran, we're blaming Iran for those drones. I'm sure that I can't comment on that. We don't know certain details. But one thing we do know, that I'm sure that Azerbaijan is going to turn around and say, well, no, we're not going to put up with this. The key issue as well, Thomas, just quickly, is to look up at the makeup of people, tribes, clans, descendants within Iran, because it's quite complex when we begin to look at this and look at the allegiances, and also remember, especially in regard to the Kurds, as I've said on other occasion, if you go back round from their history from recently in 1895-ish, many years ago, but pushing for their own country as well. There are so many dynamics to this, which is also a concern, and also as it's been mooted that maybe the Kurds would now get involved in the ground offensive on the ground. Thomas.
Azerbaijan, the latest of the 13 countries that have been struck physically over the past 6 days. That includes Iran and Israel in those numbers as well. 6 days after starting this conflict, do you think the Americans and the Israelis expected this level of response from the Iranians?
At the end of the day, we're not privy to conversation that goes behind closed doors diplomatically. And the reason I say that is look at all the visits that President Trump has made to some of those countries surrounding. Give an example, when welcoming leader of Saudi Arabia to the White House, the conversations that would have been had with Azerbaijan. I can't say that officially, but I'm sure that I know no doubt when we hear this, that people war game out everything. And they're also fully aware, for many, many years since 1979, the amount of deaths that Iran has been responsible for in regard to American lives and beyond, and that it is central as the terror state of the world, and then what it breeds, and also within Israel as well. We've got to remember, from the 7th of October, you're looking at this ring of fire, whether Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, etc. So this is what they are, far greater than me there in their decision making, but they are fully aware of this, I am sure, and also it's a risk that they have calculated. Thomas.
Yes, Mark, do stay with us. We have further developments coming out of the conflict. We have statements from the Indian Navy that has launched a search and rescue operation to support Sri Lanka after a distress call from the Iranian warship Iris Dana. The incident occurred 20 nautical miles west of Galle in Sri Lanka's Sar region. The Indian Navy deployed a long-range maritime patrol aircraft and diverted its sail training vessel INS Tarajini to assist in the rescue efforts. Additionally, INS Shark had set sail from Kochi to aid in the search for missing crew members. Coordination between the Indian and Sri Lankan authorities remains active as the search continues. Mark, what does India's decision to assist an Iranian warship in this time of war tell us about India's maritime doctrine, especially in the height of these geopolitical tensions that we're currently seeing?
I'm not an expert on their maritime doctrines, but what I will say is to you, look, just remember that Mr. Modi has recently, a few days ago, given a very supportive speech to the country of Israel a few days ago in the Knesset, and also remembering the Prime Minister's reply to that, and also the historical heritage of Jewish people that are in India. At the end of the day, and also if you're looking at the Indian administration, where it is mooted to say, well, we trying to help diplomatically. The geopolitical map is changing. You and I have discussed this. We're fully aware of where Iran is seeking to get oil from. Seeking to sell oil to Russians, Chinese, etc. The links then with Venezuela. We then go back, unfortunately, to the Indians buying oil off Russian ghost ships. There is all of this that is playing out. Plus Iran giving supplying drones to Russia. At the end of the day, if you then have humanitarian, you're at war, you see people in the sea, then you are going to go and seek to rescue them. And also within the military decisions that Israel and America are making collectively and individually for different reasons that we may get on to discuss. But this is what happened. You're not going to leave people in the water if you're thereby. You're going to do what you can to them rescuing them. But bear in mind this: the Americans have gone after the Iranian Navy because of the potential attacks that they could then do on their ships. That is how they view their progress in that arena. Thomas.
Joining us in this discussion as well is Yossi Kupawasa, an Israeli intelligence and security expert. He joins us live from Tel Aviv to discuss the ongoing conflict. Yossi, thank you very much for joining us here on the broadcast. As I asked Mark earlier, pleasure. As I asked Mark earlier, we've now seen the likes of 13 countries struck in this conflict. One could say destabilization, one could say obstruction around the entire world. When it comes to flights, we've seen the likes, even maritime actions from certain countries being disrupted as well. Did Israel and the United States expect this war to have the impact worldwide that it is indeed having?
Well, I don't know, but I guess they did, because the Iranians kept it didn't keep it as a secret that this is their intention to what they plan to do. They were saying that we are going to have a regional war, and we are going to hit American targets in other countries. And this was clear that once they try to hit American targets, they may hit non-American targets as well. This was very clear from the beginning. I mean, the scope of what they did might be a little bit more than what was expected. Attacking Saudi Arabia and attacking Azerbaijan and who knows, maybe Turkey and Cyprus. This may be beyond what people expected, but for them to hit the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain was definitely within the expectations of everybody, because they kept it. They didn't keep it as a secret.
And in terms of this update, Iranian warship that sent a distress signal as far away from the Middle East as Sri Lanka. From Israel's perspective, what does this tell us about the presence of an Iranian naval vessel so far from the Middle East? What more can you tell us about the Iranian Navy, its capabilities? We know that Donald Trump has cited to destroy the Iranian naval force as one of the key elements of his agenda to fulfill before this conflict is put to a close. What more does that tell us about the capabilities and the breadth of the Navy here?
Well, the Americans are operating against the Iranian Navy, and they have already sunk something like 20 ships. And so I don't think this is something out of the ordinary. The point is that it's being done far away from Iran. And that is something that has to do with the Iranians looking at themselves as global power, not only as a regional power. They want to be a global power. They operate the vessels in the Mediterranean from time to time. They operate in, they even make travels to Latin America, to Venezuela. So this is not a surprise that they are present in areas, in places far away from Indian shores. And the Americans probably following that and made sure that they hit it by surprise.
Okay, Yossi, do stay with us. Mark, do stay with us. We're turning over to the United States for another development coming up next, where the US House is set to vote today on a war powers resolution aimed at halting President Donald Trump's military action against Iran. The vote follows a similar measure in the Senate, which was defeated along party lines. The vote is expected to be close, with Republicans in control of both bodies. The resolution would restrict the president's ability to continue the war unless Congress approves it. A separate resolution affirming Iran's role as the largest state sponsor of terrorism will also be voted on. Mark, coming to you first with this. A lot of critics have sounded alarm bells after Donald Trump went and started this conflict along with Israel, as he didn't get congressional approval. Do you think this resolution here puts those critics to rest?
Potentially. We also got to go through history. I don't think with some of the actions that President Obama took, nor did in regard to Libya as one example, nor did President Clinton in regard to Kosovo as another example under his presidency. I don't think they just went ahead with that. And as you would say, of course, it's along political lines, but people have short memories. But to be fair as well, I can understand the caution, because some of the politicians that are then now in the House or in the Senate, they've also had military experience. They've had military experience in regard to the Iraq War as one example. But I would propose to say, before people criticize me, that I think we're looking at something very something different. And one of the reasons why we're looking at different is because we have to bear in mind that Iran is such a state sponsor of terrorism around the world, and we have to bear that in mind. And hence why, as dear Yossi has just said, in regard to where Iranian ships end up, that is all part of taking what they can do, what they would like to exercise, and what they're capable of out. And we have to bear all these things in mind. But of course, they are going to come against and say, President Trump, this is an action that we disagree with, and it's also along political lines. And just finally, I'll just say this: where were those democratic voices in regard to 35,000 and far more of beautiful Persians that were killed on the streets in Iran that happened a few weeks ago? Where were their voices in regard to that? Because I think there was crickets, as we say in America, or deafening silence outside. Thomas.
Yes, and Yossi, a lot of analysts are looking at this situation and saying that this war will be extremely damaging for Donald Trump when it comes to the midterms. Are you concerned about the president's power being restricted, possibly come November?
Well, I don't know if it's really going to be having a negative impact on Donald Trump support in the midterms, because much depends on the results of the war. Nobody knows at this point how this war is going to end up. And we are in the very early stages of this war, so this is going to last probably several more weeks at least. So it's too early to say. If he's going to be able to bring about a change in the regime, or at least a change in the capabilities of this regime, in a way that is clear that to everybody that he has actually managed to get what he wanted to achieve, then I think it's going to play in his favor. But if not, then the opposite is going to happen. I don't think there is much disagreement about the fact that Iran is a bad country, state sponsoring terrorism and so on, so it deserves to be, and everybody wants to see this regime change. The question is whether this act was justified, and of course it was justified, because this is a regime that not only poses a threat to the stability and the security of everybody outside of Iran, but also a threat to the people of Iran themselves. So something needs to be done. And, what is more imminent than the fact that they've already killed 35,000 of their own people. So it's clearly something that has to be done about it. And the United States is the only country in the world that is ready to take upon itself such missions. Thankfully, they have the Israeli capabilities supporting them in this operation.
Okay, Yossi, Mark, do stay with us once again. We have updates coming from Europe, where the United Kingdom has said that it was temporarily withdrawing some staff and their dependents from Bahrain as Iran presses on with its retaliation campaign in the Gulf. The UK has added that due to ongoing security issues, the UK has taken the precautionary step of temporarily withdrawing some embassy staff and their families. The UK has also said that its embassy continues to operate as the situation is serious and that the UK does not expect it to end in the coming days. Mark, do you think Keir Starmer has made the correct decision here? He, of course, has made numerous speeches now in terms of the situation. Donald Trump and him seemingly falling out. Donald Trump, as he does, making that headline-worthy statement, calling him not quite Winston Churchill in an off comment, of course, topping newspapers around the UK. What are your thoughts in the way that he has acted, and the UK as a whole has acted for the span of this conflict?
As it's a family show, I'll try and keep it clean. Frankly, his behaviour and their policies, as far as I'm concerned, have been despicable. We need to be supporting our allies, and he hides behind this whole definition of international law, which is another huge subject in itself. It would be understandable that you then speak to embassy staff. You do have a responsibility to them. And again, I'm not privy to certain decisions and discussions that are going on behind closed doors. But I will say this, that when a Prime Minister stands up before the country and another group of people from a particular demographic and says, well, we didn't bomb Iran, I'm sorry, I end up doing the impersonation. I find it disgusting. It doesn't show us as a credible power in the world. In fact, we're being mocked, and it's understandable. And President Trump is right to say that Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill. There's no way I'm going to argue with him on that. And I will just clarify and say this, Thomas, just because the Prime Minister of the UK or other politicians are then coming out with the comments that they are, doesn't mean that they represent a lot of people in the UK and their views, because they don't. And there are many people that stand with the actions that the Americans have taken, and also the Israelis have taken. And I will say this, and particularly in regard to Israel and what has gone on from the 7th of October 2023, is that they are fighting on behalf of Western civilization. Now, other people may disagree with me on that. That's their opinion. But we don't have time to go through that. But this is what is up at stake, and also within all the mix that we have to bear in mind constantly. And when you need strength and people to actually stand up and say, we're going to make the tough decisions and we're going to stand with our friends and allies. And unfortunately, I would say that the Prime Minister of the UK and the administration have certainly let us down, and they've certainly let their allies down. Thomas.
Yes, Mark, thank you very much for taking the time in joining us here on the broadcast. It's always a great pleasure to talk to you. Yossi, stay with us. We're turning over to some further developments. Loud explosions have shaken Abu Dhabi as the UAE air defense systems responded to a suspected missile threat. Authorities said defenses were activated amid heightened regional tensions as Iran continues its campaign across the Gulf. Residents reported multiple blasts across the Emirati capital. Officials are closely monitoring the situation with security forces on high alert. Now we turn over to another update where the United Nations' International Maritime Organization says around 20,000 seafarers and 15,000 passengers are currently stranded in the Gulf due to the ongoing war, as shipping routes have been disrupted and traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has effectively halted. The situation has turned into a humanitarian and logistical challenge, with many crews and civilians unable to move as tensions remain high in the region. In response to the maritime disruption, the White House says the US Navy could begin escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz if necessary, and has ordered measures to support shipping safety and maintain the flow of energy supplies. Yossi, the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial waterway that sees 20% of the world's oil transporting through, effectively halted, as we've cited. Is the United States military going to be enough to quash those oil concerns going forward as this conflict continues?
Well, yes, I think they have enough power. They gathered really a very impressive power in the Gulf and nearby, and they can do the job. But it's not going to happen in 1 or 2 days. It's going to take some time before they manage to take care of all the threats emanating from Iran to the shipping in the Hormuz Straits. And we'll see how long it's going to take them. They are determined to do that. They've already sunk, as I said, 20 ships, and they may sink more. And there are all kinds of weapons deployed along the shore that affect the safety of the shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. They will have to take care of them too. As the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff said, this is their area of responsibility, and they are going to take care of that. It's going to take a while, but the world can live without this 20% of oil for more than a while.
Yossi Kupawasa, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us here on the programme. Great pleasure to hear what you have to say, as always. We now move on to our final updates of the hour. Iran's health ministry says 11 hospitals, 7 emergency centres, 9 ambulances and 4 other medical facilities have been damaged by US-Israeli attacks on the country, significantly affecting health services across Iran. The World Health Organization has also verified 13 separate attacks on healthcare infrastructure in Iran, including hospitals and emergency services, amid the ongoing military campaign. The WHO also reported that 4 healthcare workers have been killed and 25 others injured in these incidents, and that ambulances and medical centres suffered damage from nearby strikes. Next, we have some breaking news coming from the US president. Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social urging Republicans to passionately support the Save America Act without any dilution. He described the fight for this legislation as a country-defining battle for the nation's soul. The act includes measures like requiring voter ID and proof of citizenship, banning mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel, prohibiting men from competing in women's sports, and forbidding transgender mutilation surgery for children without parental consent. Trump stressed that this legislation is crucial for the nation's future and urged Republicans to push it forward. Well, that's all that we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
The job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Hello, I'm Rashan Gidwani for NewsX World. Today is a momentous day in history. I'm here at the ITC Moria. It's the 5th of March, 2026. Like I said, momentous day in history. I'm seated across Honorable Premier of Saskatchewan, the western part of Canada. He is none other than the Premier Scott Moe. Like I just mentioned, momentous day in history, he was accompanying the PM of Canada, who was in New Delhi recently to meet Narendra Modi, the PM of India, to essentially discuss economic ties and bilateral cooperation. Two initiatives and two developments in this story are the Pulse Protein Center of Excellence, which is being explored, and of course, the uranium deal. Sir, I believe congratulations are in order. This is a huge deal. Please tell me more.
It's a huge step forward, I think, for not only the province where I hail from, Saskatchewan, but my nation of Canada and India. And really, we had an opportunity. I had an opportunity to be part of the meeting between Prime Minister Carney and Prime Minister Modi. And, not only were relations warm, but they certainly were intentional with what the next steps look like and what are the building blocks that we can, build on to deepen this relationship. So it's a great week.
Yeah, fantastic. You mentioned the building blocks there. What essentially separated the previous deal that essentially expired to now? What do you believe were the ingredients to make this deal come true and essentially be established now? What went into that process?
On the uranium?
Yes.
Yeah, on the uranium deal. So we had delivered, or Cameco had delivered uranium to India from 2015 to 2020 through a previous, they call it a nuclear cooperation agreement. We had been working with various entities, the Department of Atomic Energy and others in India to renew that deal, dating back to about 2018, 2019. And just through the relations that our country had, we weren't able to get to fruition to it until today, which I think is the positive. Just this past week it was announced, but it's the culmination of a lot of work by Cameco, our uranium mining company in Saskatchewan, the largest company. I would say the government of Saskatchewan has been involved in that work, and I would say more recently the government of Canada has been actively involved not only in ensuring that energy security deal, which is what it is for India, and a partnership with Canada and Cameco and Saskatchewan, was able to come to fruition. And I think that is very much an example of a building block that we can now expand our trade and expand that relationship to other areas of not only our economy, but our countries.
Yeah, billion-dollar deal, 10-year deal, 2027 to 2035. Again, congratulations. Let's discuss further developments. An MOU to promote bilateral technical cooperation in solar and wind between Canada and India has also been signed. Talk to me about renewable energy and how you feel that this is so vital for all economies and countries across the world moving forward.
Sure. With respect to solar and wind, what that can do in a low emission way is drive your costs down, drive your emissions down. But it's not a base load power source, and it needs to be a mix that's in the conversation. Some solar, some wind, and then looking to base load options like nuclear power, of which this uranium deal is foundational on. Now, there might be opportunities for us to discuss and collaborate on technologies, nuclear technologies moving forward. Cameco has their own nuclear technology, for an example, that we're looking at in our province. But certainly there's other, electricity sources in a world that is very hungry for electricity, for data centers and AI build-outs and industries that are employing people and creating the raw elements that we ultimately need as a global society. And so wind and solar are part of that conversation, and what the role they play is not one of base power, but is actually driving the cost of electricity down, which matters, and keeping our emissions low, which also matters.
We discussed energy security just now. Let's move on to food security. The creation of a center of excellence for pulse proteins is now being explored between India and Canada. Talk to me if you have any intel about the future of the agri-food business.
This is exciting. This is really exciting. In the way, the end result, I think, is really delivering on one of the commitments that Prime Minister Modi's government has to provide, a higher protein level or better nutrition to students, to pregnant mothers, to lactating mothers. So really a maternal health and youth nutritional commitment that the Modi government has. And this is where we're able to take, innovation and resources that we have in Saskatchewan, like agricultural land, pulse production. We do have some protein fractionation and some refining resources. And then take the expertise that India has in scaling up that type of production practice in a significant way to literally provide, proper nutrition to hundreds of millions of people that need it. And so, herein lies the opportunity to further integrate some of the strengths that we have in Canada, some of the scaling at pace strengths that we see in India and so many industries, and really benefit, people not just in India, but build a model that'll benefit people in other areas of the world. And this is what's exciting, I think, about the changed relationship or the changed relations and the new beginning, I think, that we see between our respective countries at the national level, followed up by, we've always been engaged at the subnational level, but now we have, industries and people that are really going to bring this together and make it real.
Yeah, essentially it acts as a bridge between these two nations, right? Fantastic. Now let's move on. Let's talk about the energy and agri files. They essentially point to potash as a critical element for sustainable food production. Talk to me about what your plans are to further enhance potash production.
So I'm going to save you from any embarrassment if this is seen back in my home province, and it's potash. Potash is
potash.
It's potash. I don't know what potash.
The pronunciation is wrong. Potash. Got it.
And it's the really the pink mineral that brings life to agriculture, along with some other nutrients as well. Saskatchewan is provides about 35% of global supply in potash, about 20% in uranium, so significant there as well. Very significant when you consider there's about 1.25 million people that live in the province. But potash has really been the mainstay of our mining industry, the backbone of our mining industry. We're expanding into other products, diversifying as we move forward. But potash still is very much employing many people in Saskatchewan, allows us to be in places like India and be part of their food security supply chain, part of their nutritional security supply chain. And we do that for, whether it's pulses, canola, potash, uranium. We do that for over 160 countries around the world. Our third largest trading partner is India as a province of Saskatchewan. So it's, again, just another touch point where we are part of the food security supply chain in a larger way than just delivering, agri-food products like pulse products to India. We actually produce some of the building blocks of Indian agriculture, and through that partnership and that relationship, are able to expand that. And we have, the largest potash mine in the world is being built as we speak. The largest one that's operational today is in Saskatchewan. Second largest is in Saskatchewan. And so we're a significant producer today and a significant partner, I think, with India and other countries as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. Brilliant. Lots to look forward to. Now, I've also heard you mention that Saskatchewan has a diverse set of products. What do you believe these products are, and how will you continue to plan to export them to the rest of the world, including India?
Yeah, and we export. We're one of the highest per capita areas of export in North America, if not the highest. And it's products like agri-food products. They're the basis of our economy. And historically, that's what Saskatchewan has been known for. You add to that potash, you add to that uranium. Now we see other products coming on. We're very blessed with natural resources and with the people that are developing and adding value to those resources. But now we have copper, we have helium, we have lithium, we have alumina find just most recently. And then one of the other base industries that we have is we're a significant oil and gas producer as well, likely the second largest in the nation next to Alberta. And so, as I say, our province is blessed with a rich array of natural resources. But even more important than that, we're blessed with some remarkable people that are able to go out and add value to those resources, and in turn become part of the energy and food security supply chains for over 160 countries around the world. And that's something that we take very seriously, being a long-term, sustainable, trustworthy, trusted supplier. And it's something that we engage on in India on multiple occasions.
I'm glad you brought up oil there. Let's dial right into the situation in the world right now. Oil supplies as it stands today are threatened by escalated tensions in the Middle East. Talk to me about the Northwest oil capabilities of Saskatchewan and how you feel these capabilities will essentially, again, cement Saskatchewan's position as an oil supplier for India and the rest of the world.
This is a tremendous opportunity for us to deepen our relations with many countries around the world, but in particular those in Asia, as we make more oil from my province in Alberta and British Columbia as well, available out off the west coast of Canada, and that's a discussion that has some renewed vigor, and I think is very, very possible in the months and years ahead for us to expand that availability for the Asian markets. Understanding that as we utilize oil today globally, and we do need it today, and we see the challenges with some of the unrest in Western Asia or the Middle East today, the Canada can very much fill that void and become that trusted supplier as we increase our product available on the West Coast. And this is what's important. When it comes to oil that's produced around the world, it's not like products with respect to carbon content, with respect to, environmentally how it's produced. I'll provide you an example. We have a methane reduction initiative in Saskatchewan's oil industry as a whole, but in particular in the northwest part of our province, which would be the oil that would head to the west coast through Hardisty and through a pipeline out that way. They've reduced their methane emissions in that particular oil field by some 65% relative to 2015. And I don't know of another industry that has had a methane reduction plan that has been so successful in just the short period of a decade. And so, one is to have a high quality product. Two is to have it competitively priced. Three is to have a trusted trading partner that's going to provide that product year in, year out without hiccups or leverage coming into the equation. And then last, but certainly not least, is increasingly people want to know how that product is produced. And in the case of all Saskatchewan products, including our oil, it's some of the most sustainable from an environmental perspective product that you can find on Earth. And we're proud of that.
Yeah. Fantastic. I've also heard you say that Canada can certainly compete. You've just touched on it briefly. Talk to me more about this.
Well, we can, and we look forward to, and we embrace the opportunity to compete. And, we're not unlike many other nations, as we have a discussion as Canadians as to what our future looks like and how we're going to produce products, what we're going to produce, and where we're going to engage with those products. And we've been very open on all of those conversations or topics from a provincial perspective. And I think the future looks very bright for my province and our nation with diversifying the products we're producing, diversifying our markets around the world, and expanding on existing partners that we have. And as I said, India, from our province's perspective, has been our third largest trading partner for a number of years now. I think we have tremendous upside opportunity now that we see our national government starting to come to points of agreement and starting to really set the terms of, what the future looks like for trade between Canada and India. And I would point in that relationship is going to be the committed conclusion of the Comprehensive Economic Agreement by the end of this year. That's a tremendous step, and that's a very ambitious timeline, and it was put forward by both Prime Ministers earlier this week. And so exciting times ahead for us to expand what I think is a very solid base of trade from Saskatchewan to India, but also to expand a much larger diversity of products that we are trading and scaling and partnering with India companies and providing benefits for people that live in India and people that live in Canada.
Yeah, fantastic. I think that about sums it up. If there's anything you could say to the people of Saskatchewan and India to essentially solidify the deal, like you just said, these are ambitious initiatives and goals, right? What do you believe the key ingredients are between interpersonal ties post-2035 to essentially seal the deal for longer periods of economic ties between India and Canada? Please.
Well, let's respect our differences, understand each of us has weaknesses, but let's focus on our strengths and points of agreement and move forward where we can.
Thank you so much for your time.
Take care.
I'm Rashan Gidwani for NewsX World.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work. job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Japan and South Korea raise defense concerns. Will US military assets shift its focus to Iran? China's growing influence worries Asian allies. Trump's Middle East focus strains Pacific defense. Asian allies fear weakened US deterrence. Hello, I'm Ruby Barlow and you are watching another episode of Explained with me. The recent US and Israeli military strikes on Iran have triggered a wave of concern among America's allies in Asia. On the 2nd of March this week, Japanese lawmakers convened to discuss the potential ramifications of the Iran conflict, particularly its impact on the Asia-Pacific region's defense against China. The question being raised in Tokyo is a pressing one. If the United States continues to engage in the Middle East, what will happen to the defense resources, such as naval ships and missiles, that are crucial in deterring China? As the US military commits forces to the Middle East, there is growing anxiety in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. These countries rely on US military presence to counter China's growing military power and to maintain stability in the region. Taiwan in particular has voiced its concerns. Lawmakers in the island nation are worried that a prolonged conflict in the Middle East could allow Beijing to step up its pressure on Taiwan. As one Taiwanese official put it, the country must prepare for potential coercion from China while the US is distracted. Taiwan's status remains a sensitive issue for Beijing, and any perceived weakness in US commitment to the region could embolden China's ambitions. Moreover, Japan has already faced delays in deliveries of missiles ordered from the United States, signaling significant supply pressures within the wider defense industrial base. This situation highlights a larger issue for the United States and its allies, specifically in Asia. They worry just how stretched can US military resources become in the region. Japan's concerns are compounded by the fact that 40% of the US Navy's operational ships are currently deployed in the Middle East. This includes vital assets like the Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and several missile destroyers. At the same time, the US Navy's only carrier deployed in Asia, the George Washington, is undergoing maintenance in Japan. As military experts point out, the US Navy is already overwhelmed, and a prolonged conflict in the Middle East could force the US to pull back on its presence in Asia. This would leave the region vulnerable as China continues to assert its dominance in the South China Sea and around Taiwan. Reports suggest that Japan has already experienced delays in the delivery of key weapons like Tomahawk missiles. On the other day, some analysts argue that President Trump's military actions may be part of a broader strategy, which could be steadily aiming to weaken China's allies and reshape global power dynamics. By confronting Iran and Venezuela, Trump has reduced two of China's key sources of cheap oil, potentially disrupting China's economy. In some recent statements, US President Donald Trump has predicted that US military operations in the Middle East could last longer than the initially expected 4 to 5 weeks, if necessary. In addition, there are also reports that claim Tokyo has sought assurances from Washington that their military assets, which are crucial to deterring Chinese aggression, must not be shifted away from Asia. As the conflict with Iran intensifies, the Trump administration is taking decisive steps to address the depletion of US munitions stockpiles. Key executives from top US defense contractors are expecting to hold a meeting at the White House this coming Friday to discuss ramping up weapons production. The goal is simple. It is to replenish stocks that have been drawn down due to the ongoing military actions, not just in Iran, but also in Ukraine and Gaza. Companies such as Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, along with other major suppliers, have been invited to the meeting. The urgency is clear. The US military has been consuming a significant number of long-range missiles, artillery systems, and ammunition to sustain operations in multiple regions. The White House's efforts come as Deputy Defense Secretary Steve Feinberg is working on a supplementary budget request, which could be released as soon as Friday. This request is expected to be around $50 billion, focused at replacing the weapons expended during recent conflicts. The funds will also support the rebuilding of the US military's capacity for future operations, as the situation in the Middle East still remains volatile. One of the main concerns highlighted in these discussions is the pace of production. Companies like Raytheon already have agreements in place to increase production, although it is also set to ramp up its production of Tomahawk missiles to 1,000 units annually by 2026. Sources say that it still faces notable challenges. In fact, pressure is mounting on US defense contractors to prioritize production over shareholder payouts. President Trump signed an executive order in January earlier this year to identify contractors who are underperforming their contracts while distributing profits to shareholders. A list of these underperforming contractors could be released soon, and companies mentioned in the list would be required to submit correction plans within 15 days of notice. If these plans are deemed insufficient, the Pentagon could take enforcement actions, including terminating contracts. Moreover, President Trump has also pointed out in a recent social media post that the US military, quote, has a virtually unlimited supply of munitions, but the reality is that it will take time to replenish the stockpiles effectively. Meanwhile, China has reiterated its stance on its relationship with the United States. A spokesperson for the National People's Congress, Lu Qingjian, has emphasized that both nations, as two major global powers, should respect each other and work towards peaceful coexistence. Let's first listen into his statements.
中方愿同美方一道，加强国层级、各渠道的沟通，为双方合作开辟更广阔的空间。同时，中方已有自己的原则和底线，将一如既往坚决捍卫自身主权、安全、发展利益。元首外交是中美关系发挥着不可替代的战略引领作用。去年以来，习近平主席同特朗普总统保持经常性沟通，为中美关系具能稳健前行、校准航向注入动力，两国关系保持总体稳定向好，受到两国和国际社会普遍欢迎。
Lu Qingjian's remarks come just one day before the 14th National People's Congress begins its annual session, where the country's priorities and policies will be discussed. The spokesman has stressed that both China and the United States stand to benefit from cooperation rather than confrontation. Lu Qingjian has also pointed out that President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump have maintained regular communication, which has contributed to the steady and positive trajectory of the bilateral relationship. However, he also made it clear that China would not compromise its sovereignty, security, or developmental interests. These principles and red lines, he said, remain non-negotiable. Yet we see China continuing to advocate for diplomacy and positive cooperation with the United States, even as both nations accept having definitive areas of disagreement, especially over issues like Taiwan and trade. Moreover, Presidents Trump and Xi are to meet in China later this month, with trade chiefs of both of the countries meeting a little before the Trump-Xi summit, reportedly in Paris. These talks would significantly affect how the tensions will be mitigated in the Asia-Pacific region and how the US will navigate its military challenges amid a flurry of conflicts. That's all that we have time for this episode of Explained. Stay tuned as we bring you more in-depth insights and stories that matter.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover.
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. We've of course been covering the ongoing conflict in the Middle East with new countries dragged into the conflict. We have some breaking news coming in first of all to start this hour. Iran's ambassador to Saudi Arabia, Ali Reza Ayati, has expressed gratitude for Saudi Arabia's pledge not to allow its airspace or territory to be used against Iran amid the ongoing conflict with the US and Israel. He emphasized that Saudi Arabia has made it clear that it would not permit any military operations against Iran through its territory, airspace, or its waters. Ayati also categorically denied accusations that Iran was behind the recent attack on the US embassy in Riyadh. Saudi Arabia had earlier suggested that Iran's drones targeted the compound, but the ambassador firmly rejected these claims, stating that Iran would take responsibility for any operations carried out by its forces. Further breaking news coming in, this time from the Iranian Foreign Ministry, where spokesman Esmail Bakai has accused the US and Israel of carrying out military attacks intended to create an everlasting division in the Middle East. Tehran claims the strikes are part of a strategy to weaken regional unity, spread political and social fractures, and make countries more vulnerable to external influence. Iran has justified its retaliatory strikes as a response to these divisive, calling on regional states to stand united against such actions. As the conflict escalates, Iran remains firmly against what it sees as a divisive strategy by the US and Israel. Let's listen in directly to the Iranian spokesperson.
Because of so many American military bases in the region, and because they are using, I would say abusing, the territories of these countries to launch attack against Iran, to prepare for attacks against Iran. So we have no other choice other than targeting those military bases, because this is our right under international law. We are being attacked, so we have to fight back. We are not fighting any country of the region. We feel no hostility, no animosity toward any country of the region. We are committed to continue our friendship with countries of the region, with our neighbors, and our strikes should not be regarded as targeting the sovereignty and territory of these countries, because these military bases are controlled by the United States, are controlled exclusively by the United States military, and they are using those bases to attack a member of the United Nations. It is the right and responsibility of Iran to defend its nations against this blatant act of aggression.
Joining us now from the newsroom is Aynaba Banerjee. Aynaba, the narrative here which Iran is pushing, arguing that the US and Israel are intentionally reshaping the Middle East by deepening these divisions between these states and communities. And we see, of course, certain states like the UAE, like Bahrain, these states are part of the Abraham Accords. What do you make of the statement there coming from the Iranian foreign minister? Does it have any weight?
Thank you, Thomas. It's a wonderful question. And I personally feel that these statements do make sense to a certain extent, because if we think about it, if we go back to some years before, what was happening is that US and Israel have always been strong allies, as we know. The Abraham Accords were conceived, which basically talked about fostering a positive environment between Israel and other Gulf nations. Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, UAE had signed the Abraham Accords, where going forward in developing ties with Israel. But then, as we know, the Gaza war started happening and everything broke down. And the Gulf nations stated that as long as the war in Gaza will continue, as long as the Gazans would not get any peaceful settlement, they will not go ahead with the Abraham Accords. Now, Abraham Accords is one thing. It's also very important to understand that these Gulf nations, the cooperation between Gulf nations and US goes beyond the Abraham Accords. These Gulf nations have multiple US military bases which can always be used by the US as launch pads to attack any other nations. Before the Gulf nations, US had military bases, very famous military bases in Israel. So before these bases were created in the Gulf nations, it was the Israeli military bases that were being used by the US. Now, post the Iranian protest, which started in during the end of 2025, US President Donald Trump had decided to quote unquote blackmail the Iranian regime into coming to the negotiation table. So what the US president had done is that the US president had sent multiple US Navy warships to surround Iran. Now, of course, these Navy warships did use the particular passages that were okayed by the Gulf nations and Israel. So these statements do hold a certain weight. Now, as we are talking about it, it's also very important to understand that Iran has started retaliatory strikes on Gulf nations. Now, if we look at it from a macroscopic level, of course, we'll see that these strikes are being carried out by Iran on Gulf nations, these Muslim nations who are who should ideally support Iran. But it's also very important to know that there are multiple US bases in these Gulf nations, as well as multiple US intelligence headquarters which are being targeted by Iran in these regions. Back to you, Thomas.
Yes, thank you very much, Aynaba. You are staying with us as we cover the other events of the day. We move on and over to Bahrain, where the Interior Ministry reported that one of its facilities located in the Mar-Mir industrial zone near an oil refinery was attacked. Witnesses at the scene saw smoke rising from the area, though authorities have not specified the extent of the damage. The ministry confirmed that relevant authorities are managing the situation. This attack is part of a broader pattern of retaliation in the Gulf, as Iran has launched several attacks across the region in response to the US and Israeli strikes that recently killed its supreme leader. We have some statements now coming from NATO. The Secretary General, Mark Rutte, has made it clear that he stands by his praise for US leadership, including support worked with President Trump, despite facing criticism from some European quarters. He has emphasized that strong transatlantic ties are essential for European security and that the United States remains a central guarantor of collective defense. Let's listen in to what he said.
We need it at 5%, but I would doubt it. Without President Trump, we would have reached it. We would have reached it. And then him now taking this decisive action to take out this capability of Iran to pose a threat as an exporter of terrorism and chaos to the Middle East, to Europe, to the world. I think if a president of a country is providing that type of leadership, some praise is warranted.
On the question of French President Emmanuel Macron's recent nuclear deterrent speech, Rutte said it did not arise out of any doubts about US or NATO commitment. Instead, he described Macron's comments as adding to a broader discussion on Europe's defence capabilities, while underlining the importance of allies working together. Let's listen in to what he shared on this.
I spoke with him on Sunday on the phone, and so before the speech, and I said that I really welcome what he is doing here. Because it is opening up a conversation within NATO, which we need to have in NATO to discuss how we can add this extra complexity, not for NATO, of course, but for the Russians. It will make it more complex for them to sense, understand exactly how they have to perceive our deterrence and defense. So it will add to our deterrence and defense in that sense. And I think that's very important. And I know that already 7 or 8 NATO allies have started conversations now with the French. We will continue to do that also as NATO. So I really welcome this. It is leveraging more what France is doing. However, and we all agree on this, the ultimate supreme guarantor of our way of life, the fact that we have free media, free press, that we have elections, that we have our way of life regained, so hard fought after the Second World War, is in the end the United States nuclear umbrella, and that is key.
The alliance remains focused on balancing support for Ukraine, addressing emerging threats and maintaining unity amid global security challenges. Ayan Abba joins us once again to discuss the North Atlantic Treaty Organization head there. Mark Rutte has been described as a Trump whisperer. We've seen him convince the US president, some would say, to stop taking military action in Iran, amongst other issues. The Secretary General seems to have quite a good rapport with the US president. Amid other NATO members exclaiming dismay for the US action in Iran. What are your thoughts about Mark Rutte's comments when it comes to the US and Israeli operation in Iran?
Thomas, again here, like you have very rightly mentioned, Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, does have a special report when it comes to the US president, because time and again we have seen Mark Rutte taking Donald Trump's side and vice versa. If we go back to some months ago when NATO decided to increase its defense spending budget, and when nations like Spain went against it, it was US President Trump who came forward and supported Rutte, and Rutte also gave out a lot of statements thanking Trump for his support, and Rutte also stated that it was because of Trump that the defense spending was increased. But there is also a certain level of hypocrisy, we can say, when it comes to Mark Rutte. What we have observed is that previously, when it came to the dealings in regarding Greenland, NATO and Mark Rutte have taken a very substantial stand against all of these statements and against US President Trump. But when it comes to allies that, when it comes to nations that are not the natural allies of US or the Europe, the Western Europe in particular, we have again seen NATO then taking US President's side. Now this whole conversation is happening because, according to reports, Turkey had found a drone, an Iranian drone incursion taking place, and it was because of the NATO's defense system that the drone was struck down. Now, according to reports, Turkey's defense minister had already lodged a protest with its Iranian counterpart, and the Iranian interim council had stated that it had no relations with the drone. Even then, NATO said that NATO will be keeping a strong eye on whatever is unfolding in the Middle East. We are also now seeing reports of nations like France and UK sending its troops to Cyprus to help with the safeguard of such nations. So only time will tell how NATO will be responding to such attacks.
Aynaba, thank you very much. Do stay with us once again. We move over to another country which is being affected by this conflict, Lebanon. The Health Ministry reported that the death toll from Israeli strikes on Lebanon has now risen to 102 since the country became involved in the regional conflict earlier this week. The ministry also stated that 638 people have been injured, with the number expected to climb as more casualties arrive at hospitals. Now we turn to more breaking news coming from Iran this time. Lebanon, of course, apologies, we are going back. Lebanon, of course, has been central to this conflict, where just a couple of days ago, the Iran-backed proxy sent rockets over to Israel, officially involving itself in the conflict. We now move over to those statements coming from Iran, where it has warned that it will target Israel's Dynamo nuclear site if the United States and Israel attempt to enforce regime change in the Islamic Republic. According to reports, the warning came from an Iranian military official. The statement comes amid heightened tensions following the ongoing conflict between Iran and its adversaries, which includes Israeli and US strikes. This marks a sharp escalation in the rhetoric as both nations remain locked in a military confrontation. Meanwhile, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has expressed concern over the Security Council's disunity amid escalating tensions in the Middle East. UN spokesperson Stefan Dujarric urged council members to work towards common ground for peace and for security. He also addressed the bombing of a girls' school in southern Iran, calling for accountability for the over 160 children that were killed in that strike. The UN highlighted rising military activities and stressed the importance of respecting international law, especially concerning the Strait of Hormuz, warning that any closure would severely impact the global economy. Let's take a listen in.
Frankly, we've been concerned about the lack of unity in the Security Council for some while now in dealing with a number of issues. I think the Security Council has a primary responsibility in the maintenance of peace and security, and we encourage members to find common ground to that end. There will need to be accountability for those who are responsible for these deaths. We're like you, we're seeing this increase in military rhetoric, we're seeing the increase of military activity, we're seeing the expansion of this conflict to other areas. You mentioned the Turkish airspace. I think that was the first time that's happened since this conflict started. In this conflict, like many others, like every other conflict, let's be clear, the Secretary General is not the one with his finger on the trigger, right? He will continue to push for diplomacy, a return to negotiation, a respect for international law, and trying to convince enough countries.
We bring some more breaking news to you, where amid the escalating war in the Middle East, the United States President Donald Trump has made a comment indicating his interest in decision-making process of Iran's leadership. He said that he needs to be personally involved in selecting Iran's next leader, just as he was in Venezuela. Trump has further showed his disapproval towards the potential leadership of Khamenei's son, saying Khamenei's son is unacceptable to him, and that he wants someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran. Aynaba joins us once again to give us his thoughts here. US President Donald Trump once again vowing his interest in wanting to select a new leader of Iran. What are your thoughts on this? What's the context behind it?
Thomas, it's a very important statement that is coming out of the United States. This, again, Trump himself has drawn a parallel with Venezuela. We have seen what has happened in Venezuela. During midnight, US military just came in and took the leader of Venezuela and his wife captive, and now they are being held up for trial in US soil. And he himself is saying that the same situation, he would like the same situation to be followed in Iran. Again, it's a very interesting statement, Thomas. Let me reiterate that, because it's not just what has happened with Venezuela this year, but also draws parallel to what happened in Iran itself back in 1953. Back in 1953, the Prime Minister of Iran was overthrown in a coup that strengthened the rule of the Shah of Iran back then, Reza Pahlavi. Now, that particular coup was reportedly instigated by the United Kingdom's M16 under the name Operation Boot, as well as United States CIA under the name TP Ajax Project or Operation Ajax. So, are we seeing a similar situation happening in Iran now? The same question is being raised right now. Earlier, maybe it's not even been 24 or 36 hours that Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, had reportedly stated that no matter who the successor of Khamenei is, he would also be struck down. Now, during these statements, Trump has also made a fresh statement regarding the future of Iran and the future of the Islamic regime in Iran. It's also very important to note that this comes at a time when the war is being dragged on in West Asia. According to reports, around 1,230 Iranians have been killed so far. Right now, these are only statements, but there is a very big chance that US President would actually play a role in making sure who the next phase of the Iranian regime is. But it's also a very different statement that has been made right now, because we also heard Pete Hegseth, the US Defense Secretary of War, yesterday stating that the change of Iranian regime was not their priority. But right now, US President himself is saying that he would like to be involved in making sure that a new ruler, maybe who's in the favor of the West, favor of US, is put to power. Now, also these statements are coming around the time when Reza Pahlavi's son has been making statements of returning to Iran and making sure that the Shah regime continues. It's a very interesting time that we're living in. Maybe we are seeing another regime that has been brought down by the United States. Only time will tell. Back to you, Thomas.
Ayan Abbott, thank you so much for providing that context for our viewers. As always, it's a great pleasure to talk to you here on the newsroom. We're going to move on now to some of our final developments of this hour and today as a whole. We have statements coming in from China, where the Foreign Ministry spokesperson Miao Ning has said that China will send its Middle East Special Envoy Zai Jun to the region in the near future to help de-escalate tensions. Miao has added that Beijing believes dialogue and negotiation are the only way to resolve the conflicts. According to reports, the US-Iran war has entered its 6th day and the conflict has widened beyond the Gulf states as well as into Asia, convulsing global markets and prompting thousands of stranded tourists and residents to try to flee the Middle East. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson has responded. Let's take a listen in to what they had to say.
中方将派中国政府中东问题特使翟俊于近期访问中东地区，为推动紧张局势降温做出积极努力。中方认为，战争和武力无法从根本上解决问题，对话谈判才是解决问题的正确路径。应该坚持通过政治外交手段化解矛盾分歧。中方将继续同包括冲突当事方在内的有关各方保持沟通，加强斡旋，凝聚共识。
We now turn over to a different update. We move to South Asia. Nepal's interim Prime Minister Sushila Karki has casted her vote at a polling station in Kathmandu during national elections as voters across the Himalayan nation head to the polls. Gagan Thapa, the new head of the country's oldest party, Nepali Congress, casts his vote at a polling station in Kathmandu during national elections as voters across the nation head to the polls. Let's take a listen in to what Gagan Thapa had to say.
Nepal at this point of time needs very mature leadership, experience, as well as who has this appetite for change. So I'm here. So I have this appetite for change. I have a dream for change, but at the same time, I know our strength and I also know the limitations of Nepal as a nation state. I understand the pain of the constitution making. So sometimes we tend to forget that. So we face different challenges. So I came through all this learning. At the same time, I believe that whatever a young Gen Z feels, that this has to be speed, this has to be delivery. I completely not only agree, I completely believe in that. So I think
The Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, has said that the election will put the constitution back on a democratic track. Let's listen in.
यसले लोकतान्त्रिक बाटोबाट संविधानलाई फेरि ट्र्याकमा ल्याएर देशलाई स्थिरता स्थायित्वका साथ सुशासन र विकासको बाटोमा अगाडि बढाउनु पर्छ। भरसक बहुमत ल्याउँछ एमालेले, कथन प्रजाति ल्याएन भने प्रमुख पार्टीको रूपमा आउँछ भनेर मैले पहिलेदेखि भनेको छु। जनतालाई दिग्भ्रमित पार्ने प्रयास र जनतालाई अल्मल्याएर कुनै योगदान नभएका त्यस्ता खालका तत्त्वहरूले भ्रममा पालेर घृणा फैलाएर घृणाको राजनीति गरेर यसरी देशलाई एउटा
However, the voters have casted ballots in Baktapur, a historic city near Nepal's capital, as armed police stood guard at the Temple Line Square amid a general election seen as a litmus test for the Himalayan nation's next phase of political stability. The election comes nearly 6 months after youth-led protests over corruption and limited freedoms led to violent clashes and the resignation of then Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli. Let's take a listen in to some voters.
यो भोट चाहिँ नयाँ सरकार बनेगा, नयाँ सरकार चाहिँ देशको विकास लगायत नीति निर्माण ऐन कानून बनाएगा देश र जनता के पक्ष में, इसलिए वोट डाला।
Kind of change we want in Nepal, especially we young generation are very much sure. We are very much against corruption. We are very much for us, for the people, the working class. So yeah, that pretty much sums up what we want.
We move on now. Sri Lanka evacuated 208 crew members of an Iranian Navy vessel. President Anura Kumara Desayanke said a day after a US submarine struck and sank another Iranian frigate. He said Sri Lanka's Navy will also take over the second vessel and shift it to the northeastern port of Trimcomalee for safekeeping amid fears that could be target for the attack. That is all that we have time for today. Keep watching NewsX World for more international news updates. Thank you.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News 6 World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump confirms that US forces are in a very strong position as Iran's leadership suffers rapid losses. Trump rates the US war effort in the ongoing Middle East conflict 15 out of 10, claiming Iran's key missile capabilities are being wiped out. US submarine strike hit an Iranian vessel off of Sri Lanka's southern coast, killing at least 80 people thousands of kilometers from the Gulf, as fighting paralyzed shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a fifth day, choking off vital Middle East oil and gas flows. US Senate Republicans have backed President Donald Trump's military campaign against Iran on Wednesday, voting to block a bipartisan resolution aiming to require congressional authorization. The Senate voted 53 to 47 not to advance the resolution, largely along party lines. Turkey has said that NATO air defense has destroyed an Iranian ballistic missile headed to Turkish airspace on Wednesday, marking the first time the alliance member has been drawn into the Middle East conflict and raising the possibility of a major expansion involving its bloc allies. An independent United Nations probe investigations rights violation in Iran has condemned attacks by Israel and the United States, as well as Tehran's retaliatory strikes, saying they violated the UN Charter. It also expressed deep shock over the strike on a primary school in southern Iran on Saturday, where more than 160 children were killed. Nepal begins voting today in a general election that will choose a new parliament in the Himalayan nation, nearly 6 months after a wave of unprecedented youth-led protests and the deaths of 77 people that forced Nepal's then Prime Minister to quit. Investors' anxiety calmed after a news report that Iran had signaled openness to talks and a pledge by President Donald Trump to steady oil markets. As U.S. stocks closed up on Wednesday, investors have flocked again to tech shares, lifting the Nasdaq by 1.29%. A big tech industry group consisting of major Anthropic backers, Amazon and Nvidia, on Wednesday expressed concerns over the Pentagon's decision to declare the artificial intelligence company a supply chain risk, as other investors raced to contain fallout from the lab's fight with the U.S. Defense Department. Now for this hour, we start with Middle East. The Israeli Defense Ministry has released a statement stating that U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth reassured Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz during an overnight call, telling him to keep going until the end and affirming that the United States was with them. Meanwhile, Katz has thanked Hegseth for extensive U.S. assistance in defending Israeli citizens against the Iranian missile threat. This affirmation comes amid the ongoing military operations in the region. The statement underscores the continued strong support between the two nations, particularly in defense matters. The close communication signals the U.S.'s commitment to backing Israel through its military endeavors. Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Major General Gigi Davidi. He's a war veteran and professor of international relations and strategic studies, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Major General, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at Israel and US's coordination, some of our guests have respectfully stated that they don't agree that they are as cooperative or are in exactly same page right now towards this ongoing war. What's your take? Do you think they're completely aligned?
Thank you, Suma. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Same.
Well, this operation has been undertaken jointly by America and Israel, and they had codenamed the operation as Rising Lion and the Epic Fury. So there was total sync in the war objectives and also in the planning and execution, which we have seen for last 6 days. So therefore, I don't think that there is any difference among the two countries as far as the strategic objectives are concerned. And they are very, very clearly defined. First is to defang the Iranian forces. I mean, this degrade and destroy capacity as far as the missile and the nuclear capability is concerned. Also destroy his navy, weaken the Iranian capability to wage proxy wars in the region, and of course they also decapitate the leadership of Iran. So all these objectives are, I think, jointly evolved, and they are being executed jointly so far. Of course, there could be some difference in their execution or in the operation matters. Well, that is always there, because after all, everything doesn't go as per the plans, and the certain issues would always come up which can be ironed out. And you saw there was a conversation between Defense Secretary Hegseth and also the Defense Minister of Israel, Katz, and they have agreed to carry on, and both have assured each other the support. And I'm sure such dialogue also would be taking place between the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, and also the President of America, President Trump. So therefore, I don't think that there is a major difference between the two. However, there could be certain issues on which the both may have their own perspective, and but these are all ironed out at the joint planning, at the joint conferences. So I don't think that there is a major difference between the two, because the war as it's going on, definitely it's going on very much in the favor of Americans and Israelis, and quite rightly they have been able to achieve part of the objectives, and until the objectives are achieved, they have to carry on, because after all the wars are fought for certain political and military objectives, and they are taken to finality once those objectives are achieved, so that the negotiation process can start again. Asuma.
And building on that, how do you think how are Arab countries eyeing this cooperation between US and Israel? You know, because also according to some reports in media, they say that Arab countries are upset with the alignment because US is sending all the advanced weapons in defense of Israel, and not those countries which are also now being attacked because of holding US's base.
That's true. If you see how the Iranian missiles have been hitting targets, as far as Israel is concerned, you see Israel has its own very formidable defense, as against the hostile warheads or hostile projectiles, because after all, Israel have been fighting the war for last over 75 years, Asuma, and they have built up their own systems. That is, the Iron Dome is there, David Sling is there, the Arrow missile cover is there. So obviously they are very well prepared. But as far as the Gulf countries are concerned, well, they have been totally dependent on Americans, and as it appears to be that Americans have primarily focused on defending their own military assets in these countries, and they are not actually gone in for the larger air defense of the whole region at large. That's why a number of missiles have hit the non-military targets like hotels, airport, and other commercial centers. So to that extent, I think their fears or their anxiety or their concern are well founded, because it doesn't appear that Americans have devoted enough to the overall air defense of the countries, but confining themselves largely to their bases, and that's why a number of missiles have been able to hit the targets in the Gulf countries, primarily the commercial target, but they have not been able to cause any major damage as far as the military bases or military installations are concerned. Asuma.
Thank you very much, Major General, for sharing that insight. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now, the Israeli military has reportedly launched a large-scale wave of airstrikes targeting key infrastructure across the Iranian capital of Tehran. This action is part of Israel's ongoing military operations against what it calls the Iranian terror regime. Moreover, in response to de-escalating tensions in the Middle East, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has confirmed in Parliament that Australia's military assets have been deployed to the region. While he did not provide specific details, the move signals Australia's active engagement on the ongoing crisis. Let's now listen into his statement.
The government is deploying 6 crisis response teams to the region, and we've already deployed military assets as part of our contingency planning earlier this week. I thank those Australians who are going into a dangerous situation in order to help their fellow Australians caught up in this conflict.
In a related development, the Canadian government is also working to assist nationals caught in the Middle East. According to Canada's Foreign Minister Anita Anand, at least 2,035 Canadians have requested help to leave the region. The government is offering chartered flights, commercial bookings, and ground transport where possible. Canada's Foreign Minister says that 74 Canadians have asked for evacuation in Iran alone, while additional consular staff have been deployed to neighboring countries to assist with border crossings. Anand has further stated that the UAE has seen 1,171 requests, while Qatar has reported 237. There are also requests from Canadians in Lebanon and Israel. Let's now listen in to what she has shared.
Of the 106,000 Canadians in the region, 2,035 have contacted Global Affairs Canada for assistance with egress. I want to speak directly now to Canadians in the Middle East and Gulf region. Your government is with you. We are working hard for you, and we are arranging options for you to leave the region. Our government has developed options for Canadians seeking to leave the region. These options are threefold. 1, a limited number of chartered flights. 2, block booking of seats on commercial flights. 3, ground transportation services, certain cases where it is safe.
Now we welcome back Major General, retired Major General Gigi Dividi. Thank you very much, Major General, for staying with us. Now looking at this, Australia is being involved by giving more support. Is this part of AUKUS, or why is it doing this now?
Suma, Australia and the Americans, they are the allies. In fact, also New Zealand, because they have a defense pact. And America has about 2,500 troops based in Australia. So this is quite expected that the allies will always come together during the time of crisis. And that's what has been stated by the Australian Prime Minister Albanese, that they have deployed their assets in support of America going on war with Iran. And their assets are being operationally deployed. And so therefore, this doesn't come as a surprise, because it's in keeping with the Defence Treaty and Defence Pact, and it's quite expected that Australian would have joined in. Not only Australian, even other allies like UK, France, Germany, they have committed their support, though largely to the defensive operation. Even Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, has said that options of participating in such operation which are going on is well on the cards, while as of now they have not really committed, but that option still remains. So the point I'm trying to make is that alliances, defense partnerships are built for such contingencies, and Australia joining the war and actively participating is quite in keeping with the traditional partnership and defense alliances, and this has not come as an unexpected development. It was anticipated, and more would join in time to come, because after all, these partnership and alliances are tested during such circumstances, and they only validate the credibility of such alliances when they are actually executed on the ground in an event of eventuality, which is right now on, that is the war between America and Israel joined against the Iran. So therefore, I think this is very much expected on the cards, and it should not have come as a surprise, Asuma.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank Major General Gigi Vidivedi for always joining us and sharing that insight with us. Thank you. Now we move on to Lebanon and Israel. Israel has launched fresh strikes on Beirut and southern Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah positions in response to escalating violence. The strikes hit several Hezbollah command centers in Beirut's southern suburbs, with no immediate casualties reported. Israel's military has also targeted an apartment in the Bedawi refugee camp, killing senior Hamas official Wassim Atallah al-Ali. Meanwhile, Hezbollah vowed to intensify its attacks on Israel, claiming multiple strikes as far as Tel Aviv. The conflict, which erupted after the killing of Iran's leader, has led to at least 72 deaths and 83,000 displaced people in Lebanon. Now we welcome Mr. Andrew K.P. Long. He's an independent China strategist, joins us live from Hong Kong. Thank you very much, Mr. Long, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at Israel and Lebanon, how do you analyze current capacity of Hezbollah? Do you think that they are willing to, no, not they are willing to, but do you think they are going to be incapacitated because of this operation or final push by Israel attacking them?
Well, Iran has two very powerful proxies which support the cause of Iran and its national sovereignty. Don't forget that before the Lebanon was invaded by Israel and degraded its infrastructure and the Hezbollah regime, but without completely eliminating the Hezbollah movement. So Hezbollah remains an Iranian proxy, which would be activated and energized because of this invasion against the entire Iran. The other one proxy is the Houthis, who have a very disruptive capabilities over the port of the Strait of Hormuz, and so it would threaten the kind of enemy adversary ships or shipping across the Strait of Hormuz, across the Red Sea. So I think that this is part of Iran's retaliatory strategy, mobilizing its proxies, the Hezbollah and the Houthis, but also hitting out left, right, and center against the entire region. Not that they want to make an enemy of countries like Saudi Arabia or the UAE. After all, only relatively recently, there was a historic rapprochement between Iran and Saudi Arabia, brokered by China. But however, when these very important interests are at stake, the Saudi Arabia obviously is not on all fours with Iran, but Iran's position, the strategy is to diffuse the war around the region, not to make an enemy of the region, but unfortunately that's collateral damage. But what's the objective? The objective is to cause so much pain to the region, to the rest of the world, so that there is a backlash against continuing this invasion by the United States and Israel. I think that's a strategy. And then also, they want to wear out the American military, because various sources reported that the Americans and the Israelis are fast running out of their expensive weapons, their expensive defense missiles, because a great deal of them have already been expended over the war in Ukraine, and they're not producing them fast enough. But all these realities are hidden by a very gung-ho narrative trumpeted by President Trump. But underneath it all, The Iranians, even though the economy is weakened, even though they have lost the airspace, continue to have massive a number of missiles and drones, which they want to deploy to continue to destabilize the region and mobilizing its proxies like the Houthis and also the Hezbollah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Long, for sharing that insight. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now moving on to Asia, Chinese Air Force activity around Taiwan has fallen sharply in recent weeks, with no flights at all in the past week, a sudden drop in what had been daily military maneuvers that could signal Beijing is recalibrating its pressure on Taipei. According to Taiwan government's data, China has dispatched 460 military planes, from fighter jets to drones, into Taiwan's air defense identification zone so far this year, a 46.5% drop compared with a year ago. In February, Taiwan has detected 190 such Chinese aircraft, the lowest monthly tally since its defense ministry began publishing detailed daily figures in 2022 on what Taipei sees as an ongoing pressure campaign by Beijing, which has been honing its ability to attack the island, including with war games. According to experts, Chinese President Xi Jinping may be toning down visible pressure tactics to create a better atmosphere ahead of his anticipated meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump at the end of the month. Now we welcome back Mr. Andrew K.P. Long. He's an independent China strategist. Joins us live from Hong Kong. Thank you very much, Mr. Long, for staying with us. Now, you know, the sudden drop in these maneuvers around Taiwan, do you think it is because of U.S. President and Xi Jinping's meeting, or do you think there could be other reasons for this?
Well, the deterrence of the Chinese military over the Taiwan Strait is part of the three-pronged strategy to push Taiwan towards peaceful unification. The three strategies are firstly, military coercion through these flights and also deployment of naval vessels along Taiwan Strait, demonstrating China's military resolve against any unilateral declaration of independence. The second strand of this three-point strategy is diplomatic and economic isolation. More and more countries are now giving up the recognition of Taiwan, even though the original number recognizing Taiwan as a country has dwindled to just a small handful. The third pronged strategy is increasing people-to-people exchanges. The two countries, the two places across the Taiwan Strait belong to the same people, the same civilization, the same language. And Taiwan have been part of China for millennia, dating back to the Ming Dynasty and beyond. So I think that through these peaceful exchanges, and there are lots of Taiwanese businesses already operating on the mainland, and people-to-people visits on both sides, and academic exchanges as well. So this three-pronged strategy would sustain the momentum, pushing Taiwan towards a negotiation table on a peaceful unification package, which are likely to be even more generous than for Hong Kong and Macau. The latest Trump stance on Taiwan also helps because President Trump has been ambivalent towards whether it's going to put boots on the ground in a direct confrontation with China when push comes to shove. And all these dynamics add together would achieve Beijing's preferred aim of peaceful unification. So President Xi did mention 2027, but that was only the 100th anniversary of the founding of the PLA. That year also marked the milestone where President Xi wanted the PLA to be almost invincible in exerting its deterrence over the Taiwan Strait. It's not, not a date for military action. And peaceful unification along the three trends would remain the priority. But the scaling down this kind of flights also, of course, sends a positive signal ahead of the expected visit. Even though such a visit is now facing headwinds with what is Trump doing on Iran, trampling on the world order,
Yes.
especially raising a lot of concerns around the world, and
Yes.
it could be problematic for presidency to host President Trump in the circumstances. However, the meeting had been agreed and also a welcome a stage of the confrontational relationship to at least pause,
Yes.
so that both sides can find ways to construct a more constructive relationship.
Thank you as always, Mr. Long, for highlighting that insight with us on News 6 World. Now we move on to U.S. U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has faced intense questioning during a House Judiciary Committee hearing over her comments labeling 2 Americans killed by federal immigration officers as domestic terrorists. Noem has made these remarks shortly after the January shootings came under scrutiny. She did not retract or apologize, citing ongoing FBI investigations and the dangerous circumstances faced by federal agents. The hearing also featured debates over immigration enforcement, the use of force by officers, and Noem's claims about deportation priorities. Let's listen in.
Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
Congressman, what happened in Minnesota in those 2 incidents was an absolute tragedy.
Were they domestic terrorists, as you said to the country?
My condolences to their families, because I know that their lives will never be the same after that happened.
Is that an apology for what you said?
We, in those incidents, offer as much information as we can from officers and agents on the ground in a chaotic scene that gets
I'll repeat my question, reclaiming my time. Based on what you know today, Madam Secretary, based on what you know today, were Renee Good and Alex Preddy domestic terrorists?
As you know, there's ongoing investigations that are being led by the FBI.
But you didn't wait for the investigation, did you? You didn't wait for the evidence. You proclaimed that they were domestic terrorists at the time. Why did you do that?
And you didn't wait to attack our law enforcement.
Why did you do that?
We're going into a dangerous situation.
Why did you call them domestic terrorists?
Is our ICE officers and our HSI officers that day risked their lives to protect that scene, so evidence could be reclaimed, so it could be used.
Now we move on to Asia. China's 14th National People's Congress has opened its 4th session in Beijing with around 3,000 deputies gathering to review the government's work report. The session marks a critical moment as the country sets its development path for the next 5 years. Premier Li Qiang has outlined an economic growth target of 4.5 to 5% for 2026, emphasizing stability and high-quality development. Key policies focus on expanding domestic demand, stabilizing employment, and fostering technological innovation. As China faces global uncertainties, it remains committed to opening up and enhancing international cooperation. Let's have a look.
China has its economic growth target for this year at 4.5 to 5%. Placing economic stability and high-quality development at the center of its policy agenda. The target was announced as Chinese Premier Li Qiang delivered the government work report at the opening meeting of the National People's Congress on Thursday morning in Beijing. The report outlines a more proactive macro policy stance with measures aimed at expanding domestic demand, stabilizing employment, and reinforcing market confidence.
The main targets for development this year are as follows: GDP growth of 4.5 to 5% while striving for better in practice. Surveyed urban unemployment rate of around 5.5% with over 12 million new urban jobs.
Beyond the growth target, the report places strong emphasis on accelerating technological innovation and industrial upgrading. It calls for fostering new quality productive forces. These would rely on concrete measures to build a modernized industrial system with advanced manufacturing as the backbone and accelerate high-level self-reliance in science and technology.
We will launch industrial innovation projects, encourage central government enterprises and other SOEs to take the lead in making application scenarios more accessible, and foster emerging pillar industries such as integrated circuits, aviation and aerospace, biomedicine, and low-altitude economy.
At a time of growing global uncertainties and shifting supply chains, China reaffirmed its commitment to high-standard opening up. Premier Li stressed expanding institutional opening up, stabilizing foreign trade, attracting foreign investment, and deepening international economic cooperation. It signals continuity in China's approach to globalization while emphasizing resilience and security in development.
We will expand market access and open up more areas, particularly in the service sector. We will shorten the active list for cross-border trade in services. We will advance negotiations to conclude more regional and bilateral trade and investment agreements. We will improve the layout and scale of pilot free trade zones to boost their innovation-driven development capacity. We will take solid steps to develop the Hainan Free Trade Port. We will keep the volume of foreign trade stable and refine its mix.
The numbers and policy signals delivered this morning now move from the podium into group deliberations. As lawmakers review the report in the days ahead, the priorities outlined here will shape China's economic direction for 2026, lay the groundwork for the next 5-year plan period from 2026 to 2030, and signal how the country intends to navigate a complex global environment. Wang Yue, CGTN, in the Great Hall of the People, Beijing.
That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump has confirmed that US forces are in a very strong position as Iran's leadership suffers rapid losses. Trump rates the US war effort in the ongoing Middle East conflict 15 out of 10, claiming Iran's key missile capabilities are being wiped out. US submarine strike hit an Iranian vessel off of Sri Lanka's southern coast, killing at least 80 people, thousands of kilometers from the Gulf, as fighting paralyzed shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a 5th day, choking off vital Middle East oil and gas flows. US Senate Republicans have backed President Donald Trump's military campaign against Iran on Wednesday, voting to block a bipartisan resolution aiming to require congressional authorization. The Senate voted 53 to 47 not to advance the resolution, largely along party lines. Turkey has said that NATO air defenses destroyed an Iranian ballistic missile headed into Turkish airspace on Wednesday, marking the first time the alliance member has been drawn into the Middle East conflict and raising the possibility of a major expansion involving its bloc allies. An independent United Nations probe investigating rights violations in Iran has condemned attacks by Israel and the United States, as well as Tehran's retaliatory strikes, saying that they violated the UN Charter. It also expressed deep shock over the strike on a primary school in southern Iran on Saturday, where more than 160 children were killed. Nepal begins voting today in a general election that will choose a new parliament in the Himalayan nation. Nearly 6 months after a wave of unprecedented youth-led protests and the deaths of 77 people that forced Nepal's then Prime Minister to quit. Investor anxiety has calmed after a news report that Iran had signaled openness to talks and a pledge by President Donald Trump to steady oil markets. As U.S. stocks closed up on Wednesday, investors flocked again to tech shares, lifting the Nasdaq by 1.29%. A big tech industry group consisting of major Anthropic backers, Amazon and Nvidia, on Wednesday has expressed concerns over the Pentagon's decision to declare the artificial intelligence company a supply chain risk, as other investors could race to contain fallout from the lab's fight with the U.S. Defense Department. Now we start this hour with Israel. Explosions rocked Doha and Myanmar as Gulf countries face a new wave of Iranian drone and missile attacks. These attacks come as a retaliation against the U.S.-Israeli airstrikes against Iran. The region remains on edge, with air defenses activated and civilian infrastructures damaged. Meanwhile, the Spanish foreign minister has pushed back against reports that Spain has changed its position on allowing U.S. military use of its bases in the region. Jose Manuel Alvarez has insisted that there has been no shift in Spanish policy regarding the war or U.S. base use. Iran, however, has expressed gratitude towards Spain, praising the country for what it calls its responsible conduct in the opposing war. Now we welcome Mr. Peter Baum. He's an editor at Weekly Blitz, joins us live from London. Thank you very much,
Hello.
Mr. Baum, for joining us. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Baum, now how do you analyze, European countries or Australia and UK letting the support or supporting these allies like US and Israel to use their bases or to send more troops for them? And do you think that it can lead to a more sensitive relationship between those countries and the current countries that are being attacked by Iran in the GCC region?
Okay, so we're now 5 days into this conflict, and it must be said that at the very beginning of the conflict, there were various European nations that were, including the United Kingdom, that were not fully on side with the Trump administration. They were very lukewarm in offering full support right at the outset, and that was clearly disheartening to the Americans. Trump put it in very strong language. Now we're at the stage where there is, to my knowledge, only one European nation that has come out categorically against the Trump and the rest of Europe, and that's Spain, who are governed by I would say, a rabidly left-wing, virtually communist globalist in the form of Sanchez, and he is definitely isolated on the let's say the Western stage. So much so that Iran are actually thanking Spain for their position in this conflict. Ireland, whose military abilities don't matter anyway, but politically, as you know, they're part of the EU, have also been very lukewarm. But all the other allies now, including, I guess, a reluctant Australia, perhaps even a reluctant Canada, are now supporting what seem to be supporting politically what Trump is doing. Even France is now offering military support, so is the United Kingdom. So I don't think there's any fracture amongst Western allies apart from Spain, who I think economically will pay the price when this conflict is finished.
And building on that, so Mr. Baum, how do you think, Arab countries which thought that their relationship with West is warming up is seeing this cooperation because they also need help, they also need aid, they also need defenses. For now, I think they're only solely dependent on themselves for their defense.
Okay, the Arab world, I would say the Muslim Arab world,
yes.
I think has been quite shocked about what Iran has done. Now, clearly, Israel and America, as we saw in the war in June, have allies in Jordan, Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Jordan and Saudi letting the US and Israel use their airspace, which I'm sure they've done this time round. What has shocked those Arab nations that were more would facilitate Iran, such as Oman, Qatar, to some extent Bahrain and Kuwait, have been absolutely shocked by the behaviour of the Iranians in attacking them. Now, there is a method to the Iranian madness, which unfortunately has not paid off. Their method was that if they could create havoc amongst the oil markets, which they have done short term, then the American public would, seeing gas and energy price rises, which they have done, the Iranians considered that this would bring the conflict to a very short end. But in fact, it hasn't, and it won't, because the impact has been, what should we say, negative for the oil markets, of course, but the price of gasoline and oil in the States was quite low anyway. So I think the Americans economically will be able to wear this. We'll see energy prices go up in Europe, and if they continue to go up, then the conflict is becoming increasingly unpopular. But for the moment, I think the Americans and the Israelis will be able to bring this war to a fairly swift conclusion, and I don't think the economic impact will be as devastating on the world markets as the Iranians had hoped for when they started attacking the United Arab Emirates and the energy-producing nations in the Gulf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baum, for sharing that. Please do stay with us as we stay on the region. Now, according to reports, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps claims to have struck an American oil tanker in the northern Persian Gulf after the sinking of the Iranian warship Iris Dana in the Indian Ocean. The incident, which has not been independently verified, has left the U.S. ship on fire. The IRGC reports that the attack took place early Thursday and that they now have full control over the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial oil and gas transit route between the Gulf and the Indian Ocean. A formal response from the U.S. government is still awaited. Now we welcome back Mr. Baum. Thank you very much, Mr. Baum, for staying with us. Mr. Baum, now that we are seeing Iran retaliate as well, although this particular attack hasn't been independently verified, how do you think, did Iran underestimate US or the regime's attacks towards itself, or the capacity, or do you think it's the opposite? US underestimated Iran's capacity?
No, not at all. I think the intelligence gleaned by both the US and Israel prior to the war starting last weekend was well known. They absolutely studied and realized the amount of firepower that the Iranians had. What I think has shocked Iran is how devastating and how targeted the attacks have been. And we can see that actually in statistics. But before I mention that, let's go back to the oil tanker incident that you were referring to. As much as I've tried in the last half an hour, I can find no absolute verification that the Iranians successfully attacked an American oil tanker. That's not to say they haven't. I just can't prove to your viewers and listeners that that's happened. If they have done, that wouldn't be surprising, and they would consider that a success. But where they have absolutely failed, and this we can see in the, as I said, in the statistics, the number of drone attacks, the number of ballistic missile attacks, the number of short-range missile attacks originating from Iran since Saturday has been on a sliding scale. Now, they may have some, they may be holding back, but I think they would have used their main weaponry to attack Israel at the beginning of the war, and they haven't done. And considering how devastating the Israelis and the Americans have been in their targeting of weapons depots, of rocket launchers in Iran, I would think that the Iranians severely underestimated the challenge and the firepower heaped upon them from both the US and Israel. The reverse of that is, I don't think the Americans or Israelis underestimated the potential of Iran's firepower, but they've done everything they can to dilute that power, and that seems to have been a success. One thing, just to prove my point, a couple of hours ago I received updated text messages from an Israeli government department, and Israel have actually now opened up their air skies for domestic travel. So El Al and 3 other domestic Israeli airlines are flying 2 flights an hour apparently, and that will increase as the day goes on, providing there are no more air raid signs. And that gives you a very good clue as to how unsuccessful the Iranians have been in stopping what I would call normal life in Israel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baum, for sharing that. Please do stay with us as we come back to you. Now, moving on to Israel. Israeli strikes have killed 6 people in 2 southern Lebanese villages, including a mayor and his wife. The attacks were part of Israel's ongoing operations against Hezbollah following the group's retaliation for the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Israeli forces have targeted Hezbollah positions in Beirut, while a drone strike in northern Lebanon have killed a senior Hamas official. Tensions have escalated as Hezbollah has vowed to intensify attacks on Israel, claiming responsibility for multiple strikes, including one near Tel Aviv. Now we welcome back Mr. Baum from London. Thank you very much, Mr. Baum, for staying with us. Mr. Baum, as you know, we were just talking about how the strategy is based on, and how Iran is being shocked by how precisely targeted the attacks have been from Israel and US. What about the proxies? Do you think that the proxies will be pushed now, like Hezbollah, will be pushed to further to the point of incapacitating their operations in Lebanon and also other proxies? Do you think this will be taken as a chance for Israel to just get this over with? Yes.
Excellent question. So let's talk about the proxies: Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and the Iraqi Shia militias. Hamas have not engaged at all during this war, and that I guess was expected given the losses they've suffered in the conflict in Gaza. So nothing from Hamas. The Iraqi militias seem to have been contained by covert operations within Iraq itself, and I think the Americans have allies in the Kurdish community, which I think have been containing the Iraqi Shia militias, so nothing from them. As yet, we've seen nothing from the Houthis. Now, that's not to say that they wouldn't engage, but it's surprising that 5 days into the conflict, there has been nothing from the Houthis. They haven't engaged in any missiles into the Gulf of Hormuz, and you would expect that. So why they're not doing that? It could be that they've been that the weaponry has been weakened to the point where they have not much to offer, or that Iran have used the Houthi weaponry for their own aims. So we're left with Hezbollah. Now, prior to Saturday's agreement with Israel and the United States, Israel had been engaging in fairly regular attacks on Hezbollah weapons depots, Hezbollah senior commanders, and arms smugglers. So up until Saturday, Hezbollah's attempts to strengthen itself, to rearm itself to any great deal, were severely weakened. They have shown in the last few days that they are able to fire missiles into Israel, but not to the point where the Israelis feel it's necessary to move their northern population from the area where Hezbollah would attack, as they did in the early days of the Gaza war. So I think Israel's point of view is that they will be able to weaken Hezbollah further, contain them, and what's been pleasing from Israel's point of view is how the Lebanese government have come on side and have suggested that they will arrest any Hezbollah operatives who and Hezbollah commanders who are engaging in bringing Lebanon into war with Israel. So Hezbollah, to answer your question, of all the proxies, Hezbollah seems to be the one that is engaging in conflict, but the Israelis at this point feel that they will easily contain them, if not defeat them totally.
With that, I'd like to thank Mr. Baum for joining us today and sharing that insight with us throughout our news. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Africa. Islamist groups have killed 14 Nigerian soldiers and injured several others during 2 separate attacks on army bases in northeastern Borno State. According to reports, suspected Islamic State West Africa province fighters have attacked the Nigerian Army's base in Nugoshe town, Goza district, killing at least 9 troops and a local person. The attackers, who forced the troops to retreat from their base, has seized guns and ammunition before abducting an unknown number of women. Meanwhile, at the same time, groups also attacked another military base in Pulka, further north in Goza district, killing 5 soldiers, including a commanding officer. Nigerian authorities have reported that the injured troops were taken to Maiduguri city, the Borno state capital, for medical treatment. Now we welcome Mr. Ayanugao Lukbenga Paul. He's a public affairs analyst, joins us live from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul, for joining us again. Good to see you.
Thank you, Asuma, for having me.
Thank you. Now, what more can you tell us about this ongoing situation? Are there any new investigations that have come out from the investigations?
No, the military has been a bit tight-lipped on giving very clear information as to the number of victims, and a lot of details of the incident have been shrouded in hush-hush. It's only report from unauthorized sources who are mostly speaking on condition of anonymity that we are relying upon for many of the information that we are getting out of that location at the moment. But one thing that is clear is that all this escalation in attacks on the military posts and checkpoints and facilities in recent time is, one, not unconnected with the upcoming general election that preparation are in top gear for. A lot of political power brokers use insurgency as bargaining chips in election. Their method is so conspicuously clear now that, I mean, if you check the trail over the last 15 years. Anytime election is close by, you will be able to detect this. Don't forget that I think last week or recently, another attack of this kind led to the killing of a major in the military. I think Major Meriga, some few weeks back. And the other thing is that there are internal saboteurs within the military who are, I believe, aiding and abetting. So military needs to do its soul searching, because a ragtag group of militias cannot just come. I don't want to know their number and then overwhelm a military barrack, that has at least a battalion there, and then overwhelm it so much that they are able to cut away military equipment, munitions, burn down vehicles, and operate for hours. And then you can't have, air support to come to their rescue quickly from bases that are nearby. That means there are internal saboteurs in the military itself. And then the third point is that the Nigerian government itself seems to be playing with kids' glove, when handling this matter of insurgency, because just recently our national security advisor made a statement about how terrorists are repenting and they want to be integrated back into the society. I don't think any terrorist who claims to repent should be integrated back to the society. They should either go to jail or be sent to their maker. That is just the simple solution, because every time that we've reintegrated these terrorists back into the society, we have seen that they are the ones who serve as spies, as informants for their other gang members who are still active on the field. So, and if we have seen that situation several times before, I don't know why our national security advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, will be making such careless statements that maybe consideration should be made for terrorists who want to repent, and be integrated back into society. So it shows that the government itself seems not to be too serious in, handling the situation properly, like it should be handled. Because once the government shows that it is either death or prison, no other alternative, then those who want to join will think twice before they are joining, and those who are currently there will look for other safe havens, not in the country, to go and repent and live quietly.
And Mr. Paul, if the government seems like this kind of attitude towards this situation, is African Union being considered, or are they saying something towards this situation?
There is nothing African Union can do in this situation. There is nothing ECOWAS can. It's an internal crisis, and if the major player, the people who the issue affects directly, are not ready to tackle it, the outsiders cannot tackle your problem for you, especially when you don't want it tackled, or when you are acting in such a way that gives the outsiders the vibe that you don't want it tackled. So, and the body language that I believe our own system is giving is that, it is what it is, we'll just leave it be. If the government has been serious about tackling the situation, first and foremost, they will relax their gun law and allow normal citizens, legitimate citizens who want to defend themselves, be able to defend themselves, knowing fully well. I mean, you can imagine that when they attacked Ngoshe, for example, the citizens also have proper gun. Even if it is just pump action, they have proper gun to be able to defend themselves. You can imagine the level of support they will give to the army in driving back many of this territory. And apart from that, many of the times when you hear that terrorists attack a place and operates for hours before army arrives, it will not happen, because people will be able to defend themselves pending when help will arrive, either from police or from the army or from whatever sources helps help is coming from. So for me, I don't think the government is serious, because there are lots of roadblocks for the government. There is the issue of religion, there is the issue of ethnicity and tribe, that if for example, the president currently is a Yoruba man from the southwestern part of the country. If he tries too hard and shows too much effort, rather than applaud him for doing the right thing, people from the north will come up and say that he is killing their brothers, and that, I mean, even with the little he is doing, we see everyday comments from several northern forums, castigating him, telling him that he is doing too much and he is killing their brother, rather than speaking to the fact that he is trying to end insurgency.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for sharing that deep insight with us on this news. Now we have a breaking news coming in from Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan's foreign ministry says drone attacks were launched from the territory of Iran, targeting the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic, striking near Nakhchivanian side of Azerbaijan, in its international airport and a nearby village. While Azerbaijan has condemned the strikes as violation of international norms and summoned Iran's ambassador to protest, Azeri capital city Baku has said that it deserves the right to take appropriate retaliatory measures in response to this incident. Now, according to reports, 2 civilians were reported injured and an infrastructure was damaged in the attacks, adding to further rising of the tensions in the region. Now we move on to U.S. The U.S. Justice Department has urged a federal judge to dismiss the American Bar Association's lawsuit, which seeks to block President Trump's efforts to target law firms over their ties to political opponents. The administration argues that the ABA tax standing to sue and that any threats to its members are speculative. However, Judge Amir Ali has expressed skepticism, citing public statements and executive orders issued by the White House. Yaba's lawsuit stems from Trump's executive orders against several major firms, accusing them of bias and using the legal system to target him and his allies. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
The physics was known for quite a while, and so that I think it hasn't really changed our understanding the quantum world work.
Job with the James Webb Space Telescope was to look as far back in time as we could to see the universe as it was young.
Changing the basic attitude about what education is for and what it needs to be.
Biology, medical studies, they make great progress.
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at some of the headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump confirms that US forces are in a very strong position as Iran's leadership suffers rapid losses. Trump rates the US war effort in the ongoing Middle East conflict 15 out of 10, claiming Iran's key missile capabilities are being wiped out. US submarine strike hit an Iranian vessel off of Sri Lanka's southern coast, killing at least 80 people thousands of kilometers from the Gulf, as fighting paralyzed shipping through the Strait of Hormuz for a fifth day, choking off vital Middle East oil and gas flows. US Senate Republicans backed President Donald Trump's military campaign against Iran on Wednesday, voting to block a bipartisan resolution aiming to require congressional authorization. The Senate has voted 53 to 47 not to advance the resolution, largely along party lines. Turkey has said that NATO air defenses destroyed an Iranian ballistic missile headed into Turkish airspace on Wednesday, marking the first time the alliance member has been drawn into the Middle East conflict and raising the possibility of a major expansion involving its bloc allies. An independent United Nations probe investigation rights violations in Iran has condemned attacks by Israel and the United States, as well as Tehran's retaliatory strikes, saying they violated the UN Charter. It also expressed deep shock over the strike on a primary school in southern Iran on Saturday, where more than 160 children were killed. Nepal begins voting today in a general election that will choose a new parliament in the Himalayan nation, nearly 6 months after a wave of unprecedented youth-led protests and the deaths of 77 people that forced Nepal's then Prime Minister to quit. Investor anxiety has calmed after a news report that Iran had signaled openness to talks and a pledge by President Donald Trump to steady oil markets as U.S. stocks closed up on Wednesday. Investors flocked again to tech shares, lifting the Nasdaq by 1.29%. A big tech industry group consisting of major Anthropic backers, Amazon and Nvidia, on Wednesday have expressed concern over the Pentagon's decision to declare the artificial intelligence company a supply chain risk, as other investors race to contain fallout from the lab's fight with the U.S. Defense Department. Now for this hour, we start with Middle East. The Israeli military has identified a new round of missiles launched from Iran towards Israel on the 6th day of the escalating Middle East conflict. According to their military, Israel's defensive systems are currently engaged to intercept the threat as the war continues to rage. Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that Ukraine's partners, including the United States, has sought Kyiv's help in defending against Iranian drones. Let's listen into what the Ukrainian president has shared.
Партнери звертаються до нас, до України, щоб ми допомогли із захистом від шахедів, з експертизою, з реальною роботою. Були запити щодо цього і від американської сторони. Зараз цими днями я говорив з лідерами Еміратів, Катару, Бахрейну, Йорданії, Кувейту. Будуть ще перемовини з іншими регіональними лідерами. Ми координуємося з нашими партнерами в Європі. Звісно, будь-яка наша допомога, тільки за умови, що це не зменшить наш власний захист в Україні. І що це буде інвестицією в наші дипломатичні можливості. Ми допомагаємо в захисті від війни тим, хто допомагає нам, Україні, наближати достойне завершення війни. Я говорив сьогодні також з Рустемом Умєровим по його комунікації з американською стороною. Ми продовжуємо фактично в щоденному режимі спілкуватися з Америкою. Зараз через ситуацію навколо Ірану ще немає необхідних сигналів для тристоронньої зустрічі, але як тільки безпекова ситуація і загальний політичний контекст дозволять продовжити.
Meanwhile, portraits and memorial of Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei have been seen in Tehran after he was killed by U.S.-Israeli strike over the weekend. Now we welcome Mr. Sol Sadka. He's a political commentator, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Sadka, for joining us again. First of all, are you still going in and out of bunker? How's the situation like there? Are you staying safe? Please let us know.
Yes, thank you for asking. Everything is good here. We get most messages, alerts every few hours, and you have to go and take shelter behind as much concrete as you can find, usually in a bunker or in a stairwell, and then the alarm passes and everyone goes back to normal life. In fact, from about half an hour's time at 12 o'clock Israel time, the regulations about what is allowed to be open will be relaxed. In other words, the Israeli military has decided that the threat from Iran after 5 days since the beginning of the war has already abated enough that some semblance of normal life can be returned to. And my guess, those regulations will be increasingly released over the next few days. The pace of rockets falling has vastly reduced, probably as a result of the destruction of most of Iran's launcher capabilities, as well as much of their missile stocks on the ground, also accounting for the fact that they've used at least a third of their missile stocks already. So as regards Iran's capability to project power in that way and threaten people in Israel and around the region, remember Iran's missiles have the entire Middle East in range as well as the entirety of India. There's no one in India or even Bangladesh and Pakistan who are safe from Iranian missile attack. And that is being degraded at a very fast pace.
Yes. Thank you for sharing that and also raising the alarm about the situation. And Mr. Sadka, you know, as we see, you have mentioned that although the missiles towards Israel is decreasing, we know that Iran has hit many places in the GCC region, also in Israel, also in Kuwait, Iraq, and, you know, in and around the Middle East. So do you think that was this underestimation from Iran's side towards the capabilities of these regions, including of Israel? Or do you think it was vice versa? Do you think these countries, Israel, US, underestimated Iran's capabilities? What's your analysis?
I think the Western states and the Gulf nations had a very clear picture of what Iran was capable of. They understood exactly what they had and pretty much where they were keeping all the stuff. The IRGC was deeply infiltrated by foreign spies from many, many nations. The Iranians, however, due perhaps to their religious view on the world, which is not necessarily tied into reality, might have had a completely false picture of what their arsenal could inflict. Or it could also be that their arsenal of ballistic missiles was not really intended to carry explosives on the end of these rockets. These missiles are not sufficiently accurate. If you fire them at a point, only 50% of the time will the missile even land within half a kilometer of where you shoot it at. So when you have something like that, it's really only good as a terror weapon against a large mass of population. And even then, it has a limited effect against a place like Israel, where everyone has an alert and 10 minutes warning, and also usually a bunker under their building, which will keep them relatively safe. So despite firing off well over 350 missiles at Israel, they have only managed to kill, at last count, 12 Israelis. This is a catastrophe for them. It means their entire program as a strategic threat was worth nothing. A strategic threat means that they could attack Israeli military bases, critical infrastructure, power plants, desalination plants, to hit aircraft on the ground, and to hit them in timely fashion and precisely. They have none of that, none of it at all. So they didn't realize that. They were, however, building these missiles because at the same time they were building a nuclear program. And once the nuclear program was complete and they had the bombs, they really only had to figure out how to miniaturize those bombs, and they could put them on the end of the missiles. Now, when you have a nuclear explosion, it doesn't matter if you miss by half a kilometer. You'll still destroy everything. You'll destroy an airbase, you'll destroy even an aircraft carrier, and that's what they were going for. That's why they weren't particularly focused on the precision of their missiles. And it's why, because they didn't finish their nuclear program and now will never finish their nuclear program, their missiles really aren't that useful as a deterrent weapon. They're really just a nuisance. Of course, they do kill a few people. That's part of war, unfortunately and tragically, and it's very unfair. But that doesn't provide a strategic threat to a nation. It simply provides a minimal deterrence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sadka, for sharing that insight with us. Please do stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion. Now we have a breaking news coming in from South Korea. South Korea has banned its citizens from traveling to Iran starting today due to the heightened safety risks caused by ongoing conflict. The South Korean Foreign Ministry has issued the travel advisory, urging citizens to avoid non-essential travel to Iran. This move reflects growing concerns over safety in the Middle East as tensions continue to rise. Now we move on to World Report from Italy. Italy will send air defense and to Gulf states facing Iranian strikes, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has announced. Meloni has said Rome, like the UK, France, and Germany, intends to provide assistance, specifically in air defense capabilities. She has stressed the move is not just about supporting friendly nations, but also about protecting tens of thousands of Italians living in the region and around 2,000 Italian troops deployed there. The announcement signals Italy's growing role in regional security as tensions with Iran escalate. Now we have a breaking news coming in. The president of the semi-autonomous Kurdish region of Iraq, Nachirvan Barzani, has called for the Kurdish region to stay out of any conflict escalation that could threaten the lives and security of its region and the security of its citizens. He has stressed the importance of unity and cohesion among all political forces in Kurdistan to maintain the region's territorial integrity and constitutional achievements. Now we move on. A Russian drone has struck a Panama-flagged vessel, causing damage as it transported corn near the Ukrainian port of Chornomorsk in the Black Sea. The attack has occurred as the vessel named Bull was leaving the port. One crew member was injured, but the captain has refused evacuation and continued the ship's journey to Bosphorus Strait in Turkey. The attack is part of ongoing Russian efforts to target Ukraine's critical maritime export routes, which are vital for the country's maritime economy. Now we welcome back Mr. Sol Sadka. He's a political commentator, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Sadka, for staying with us. Now looking at Russia, Ukraine, and Turkey's region. Now as Russia-Ukraine war continues, how do you think Turkey, as it's so connected to Black Sea, and also now Iran has intercepted a drone or missile from Iran as well. Do you think Erdogan would be able to manage protecting both sides of its border from Iran and also from the Black Sea? How do you think he would manage now?
It's no trouble for Turkey at all to do that. They have a relatively powerful and competent military. They are part of NATO, and their opponents that you describe on both sides are not really necessarily their opponents. Turkey is trying to stay out of the Iran issue, if only for domestic consumption. They don't want to be seen as being a part of the American attack alongside the Israelis. But the Russian issue as well is not really an issue for them at all. The Russian Navy is effectively destroyed in the Black Sea. Part of it is destroyed, and what isn't destroyed is locked up in port, and whenever they try to leave port, they get sunk. So the Russian Navy in the Black Sea no longer poses any kind of threat to Turkey. They probably never did. They certainly can't. Russian military is absolutely tied up in the catastrophic war in eastern Ukraine, where they have managed to progress approximately 100 kilometers from their own borders in over 4 years now. So there's absolutely no prospect of them projecting power to the south towards Turkey, and even more obviously in Iran, that while the Russians started their 4-year war and have ended in complete catastrophe and stalemate, the Americans in the other direction have started their 5-day war so far and have already stripped Iran of the vast majority of its offensive capabilities. Its navy is all at the bottom of the sea. Its air force is all burned up on the tarmac. Its air defenses are no longer existent. And certainly within 2 or 3 days, as Hegseth was explaining, the Americans and the Israelis, and actually any other nation that feels like it, will have free reign over the skies of Iran. They won't even need to hide anymore. And at that point, Iran is no longer a strategic threat. They might be able to get off a missile here or there if they manage to sneak past and hide them in civilian trucks. But that will itself go down. They might be able to pose a terrorist threat in certain parts of the world, as we have seen in India and the UK and Australia, where IRGC-linked terrorists have all being caught. But again, that too will only harm them in the long run.
And Mr. Sotka, I wanted to move the focus to Ukraine. Ukrainian President Zelensky has said in his nightly address that, Russia should watch out of this situation. About what happened to Ali Khamenei, he was specifically suggesting. And also, Ukraine has said that now a lot of countries in the Gulf is looking towards Ukraine to help them with buying Ukrainian latest drone technologies from them to help aid in this situation in the Middle East. So how do you think Ukraine would be I don't know what to say about, is it benefiting from this situation or is it in loss from this situation?
This is fantastic for Ukraine. I would say not only is this fantastic for Ukraine, but the attack on Iran will end up being seen as the turning point in the Ukraine war. So the current situation in the world is that you have China and Russia and Iran, and they form a little triad of nations who have been mutually supporting each other. For China, the benefit is they get the cheap oil from both those two nations, and they supply some weapons, and they keep their economies alive collectively. Right at the hub and connecting Russia and China is Iran. And the idea was always to keep the USA pinned down in the Middle East with the threat of Iran, and thereby allow Russia to continue unabated their war against Eastern Europe, which wasn't going to end in Ukraine, by the way, although it has been ended in Ukraine, and to allow China to continue their preparations to reunite, as they put it, but really to capture Taiwan. And that, with the defeat of Iran, and Iran is defeated, even though it's not finished yet, but this is a done deal at this point, that means that Iran is now taken out of that alliance of China, Russia, and Iran, and they were the key node in that. They were the junior partner, but at the same time the key node. As a result, that alliance is over, and Russia and China now both separately and individually stand alone effectively. And Ukraine will be able to play that greatly to their advantage. And what we're seeing with Zelensky pointing out to the people of Europe and the people of the Middle East that they are now the battle-tested nation in Europe. They are the ones who know how to deal with the Russian aggression, because the Russians were allied with the Iranians, took their Shahed drone designs, and have been throwing them by the hundreds per day at Ukraine, the vast majority of which Ukraine manages to get rid of before they hit their targets. And everyone now needs Ukraine to help them with their Shahed drone problem. So this adds a great amount of utility to Ukraine as an ally. It ties them into the Western alliance. It ties them into alliance with Israel and the USA, and also with India going forward. And India will be the next issue here. India, no question, after seeing Iran fall in this humiliating and pathetic way, after all these years of trying to build up themselves as this great power, the bonds between Russia and China via Iran broken, India will, and we saw this already with Modi's visit to Israel. That was one giant big hug between Modi, Israel, and the USA. That was the plan here. And I'm no question at all that India will be shifting its allegiances westwards, away from Russia and away from China, and further into close proximity to the West. And we can see this is really, apart from anything, this is really the end of what people were trying to call the BRICS alliance. That's the end of that. That's not going to happen anymore.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Sol Satka for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout our news. Thank you very much. Now we move on to Asia, to Nepal. Nepal's interim Prime Minister Sushila Karki has casted her vote at a polling station in Kathmandu during national elections as voters across the Himalayan nation head to the polls. Gagan Thapa, the new head of the country's oldest party, Nepali Congress, casts his vote at a polling station in Kathmandu during national elections as voters across the Himalayan nation head to the polls. Let's listen into what Gagan Thapa has shared.
Nepal at this point of time needs very mature leadership, experience, as well as who has this appetite for change. So I'm here So I have this appetite for cheese. I have a dream for cheese, but at the same time, I know our strength, and I also know the limitations of Nepal as a nation state. I understand the pain of the constitution making. So sometimes we tend to forget that. So we faced different challenges. So I came through all this learning. At the same time, I believe that whatever a young Gen Z feels, that this has to be speed, this has to be delivery. I completely not only agree, I completely believe in that. So I think I'm...
Meanwhile, former Prime Minister of Nepal, KP Sharma Oli, has said that the election will put the constitution back on a democratic track. Let's listen in.
यसले लोकतान्त्रिक बाटोबाट संविधानलाई फेरि ट्र्याकमा ल्याएर देशलाई स्थिरता स्थायित्वका साथ सुशासन र विकासको बाटोमा अगाडि बढाउनु पर्छ। भरसक बहुमत ल्याउँछ एमाले, कथन प्रजाति ल्याएन भने प्रमुख पार्टीको रूपमा आउँछ भनेर मैले पहिलेदेखि भनेको छु। जनतालाई दिग्भ्रमित पार्ने प्रयास र जनतालाई अल्मल्याएर कुनै योगदान नभएका त्यस्ता खालका तत्त्वहरूले भ्रममा पालेर घृणा फैलाएर घृणाको राजनीति गरेर